Hey y'all, gravity. Any day above ground, live it. I hope everyone's having fun on this hump day. It is not looking good weather-wise out here in Atlanta, but that's not going to stop us from teaching. So as I put this in X, a Twitter, how y'all doing? Tell me how your day is going. And then we're going to get into it because I don't want to waste time because there's a lot of content here. There's a lot of content here. They don't get it. 2024 is so much fun, family. It's so much fun. If you're not in that political realm like that, you're missing out on a lot. Every day you just gotta laugh because it just gets worse and worse and worse every day. But there's always silver lining. It's hell of a bunch of content. Hell of a bunch of content. I'm gonna let y'all decide today. This is gonna be viewer participation. Now we have Tommy Sotomayor on the left, Larry Elder on the right. I'm calling them the wrong voices for black conservatism because they swear up and down that they're conservatives, but when you listen to them, they're just black. We're going to call it what it is because I've embraced villainy. They want to be destroyers of the black community. We're just going to call it what it is. Now, again, y'all know me. I used to listen to Sotomayor up until 2021. And the reason is one of the main reasons was he decided to devote his time and effort into just talking about Kevin Samuels all day. And it was annoying. We get it. Kevin Samuels was not for everybody, but you did not need to dedicate your whole program and your whole show and your whole channel to it. So I said, I got to go. Larry Elder, I did not fuck with because he's one of the four horsemen of the Coon-pocalypse. But something very funny happened in the last 30 days, family. Both these men went to debate black people and did not come off looking well. So, again, what we'll do is, let me introduce who is in here. John Guillory, hello. Hello to the Stream Element bot. I know Nightbot is sitting around there somewhere. So, hello, Nightbot. Denise Scales, hello. Torian, hello. Very good video. And Computer Robots. Yes, Jason Wetlock. Yes, I have a video coming up on him probably Friday because he's a scumbag. And yes, Torian, you're right. A few more hours to go to the debate, 9 o'clock. And I have redirected this live to it. So if you haven't liked it, you will like it and make sure you're here. We're going to start early at 8:45. We're going to start early. But I'm going to let y'all decide. If y'all want me to start off with Sotomayor, put a 1 in the chat. If y'all want me to start... No, actually, we'll do it like this. If you want me to start off with Sotomayor, put an S in the chat. If you want me to start off with Larry Elder, put an E in the chat. I'm just going to go on here and make sure that I have it linked. Yep. I do have it linked. I just wanted to make sure. So we'll redirect you after this is over to the debate. Okay, so I have 3 S's already. Quasi Blackstar, hello. Amir Stanfield, hello. So I have 3 S's already. Okay. I'll give it 1 more minute and then we'll get started. But Y'all tell me how your day's been going so far. How has your day been going so far? Because we know the Republicans and Democrats, they're over there fighting to make sure that the country either shuts down or it doesn't. You know, they're doing the thing. And us in B1 and Intelligent Black Society just sit on the corner like the third little pig and just be like, what the hell? I'm like, we got to do this every 2 years. Amir Stanfield, oh my God. So you get to watch the debate at 6 o'clock, and then you get to go outside and get something to drink and laugh at this motherfucker. All right, so we're going to start off with Sotomayor because that's what y'all want. And I figured that's what y'all were going to start off with one time. So about a month ago, Sotomayor went and debated this dude named Fanatiq. Now, shout out to Fanatiq. He has a good channel. And Fanatiq has debated people like Destiny and some other notable names. So shout out to him. He seems like he's on code, but from what I've seen between this debate and Destiny, he seems like he's on code. But of course, we got to do some more research before we solidify that. Mayor Stanfield, you're wilding for respect. But okay, we'll leave you with that. Fanatiq did a 4-hour debate with Sotomayor. I don't think it was 4 hours, but the video that was original was 4 hours. But I said, I'm not going to subject y'all to that. So we found the condensed version of it. And it was quite interesting to say the least. And we got it proofed. We're going to enjoy this. Fair use. Shout out to Fanatiq.
Hold that. Don't do the behaviors that cause it, and you won't get that result.
Whoa. Yeah, we're not going to do all that.
Conversations. There's a few folks that I have to talk to. I mean, it's on my bucket list. I got to get at Ben Shapiro one of these days. I have to talk to him. It just has to happen. Tucker Carlson, I'll pass on that one. But anyway,
why?
Because it's so like Tucker Carlson. I mean, I think when Fox got sued, it very clearly displayed exactly who that man was. You know what I mean? Like I feel like with the exposure of those text messages, it very clearly.
Let me know if this sounds good or bad.
He did not believe in a lot of the things that he was saying. He understood. He understood it was false and continued to perpetuate it because it was good for his ratings. And he was afraid that that there was a competition between Fox and another news station. So I think the fact that he was willing to do that shows a lack of integrity. And then if that's the case, then you're doing whatever you can for rating. Then it's no longer that you're uneducated or uninformed. You're disingenuous, and I can't stand for that. I can't respect a person like that.
But isn't that difficult in what it is we do? Because everybody sees money, they see ratings, they see an opportunity, and many of the people, if we just want to be honest, had no opportunity before something like this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. So we can use that argument for everything. I'm so glad you make that point because it really goes into the hip hop thing you were talking about earlier about like hip hop music and the space that we had, right? Like for a lot of people, the reason why Black people are willing to sell out their music the way that they have to like the caricature of that hip hop has become of Black culture is because it is their only opportunity, and they recognize the labels have the power. So if I want to actually be successful, I have to do what the label is willing to promote, and the label is only willing to promote violence, sex, drugs, etc. And so then a lot of artists are doing things that are not necessarily representative of what they intended or wanted to do, and as a result of that, the music isn't actually a representation of their artistry. And I can understand why someone would do that while also recognizing that it's an inappropriate thing to do and how harmful it is to Black folks.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think when we start talking about like the relationship between hip hop and Black culture and how deleterious it's been by being so pervasive within our culture and so influential on the youth, then we have to look at the labels that are only willing to promote these things and their intentional misshaping of hip hop from the cultural, influential, positive thing that it was in its inception to what it's become now.
I agree. Yeah, we started off on the wrong foot, man.
All right, let's get into the reparations and systemic oppression conversation.
All right, family, here we go.
So first off, do you believe in systemic?
Strap in. Here we go.
Oppression?
Yeah, I believe that there is oppression of people by the system, and whatever people they deem need to be oppressed or the people they want to subjugate. Then yes, I believe that there are several systems that's been in place throughout kingdoms, throughout history that has shown that there are people who they target to oppress.
Okay. Would you mind if we constrain this? Oh, I'm getting an echo right now. Oh, okay, it's gone. Would you mind if we constrain this conversation specifically to the U.S.?
Sure.
Okay. And so within the U.S., you would say that there has been and still is systemic oppression?
There's been, yes, throughout the U.S., there's been systemic oppression of not only blacks, but other people as well. But I'm sure you're speaking now of mainly blacks, correct?
Absolutely. The reason why I always create this distinction between black people and other, what they now call people of color, which is a phrase that I kind of disagree with in a lot of ways, is because black people had a very specific, this country has a very specific anti-black systemic oppression. For instance, when it came to Plessy versus Ferguson, which required us to be in different cars than, the white people, Hispanics were allowed to use the same cars as white people, as were Asians during that time. That thing only applied to black people. When it came to segregation of education, black people need to go to inferior schools. It was only black people. Hispanics and Asians were able to go to the schools with the white folks. And when the Hispanics finally got segregated, they ended up challenging it, not on the grounds that, hey, segregation is wrong, but on the grounds that, hey, we are white, and so we should not be segregated. So when it came to using the bathrooms, when it came to like schools, when it came to like job applications, all those things, for all representation, Hispanic people were white. And Asians were also reaping all the benefits from their proximity to whiteness as well. So to me, whenever I'm talking about systemic oppression, not that there hasn't been any systemic oppression against these other groups, I tend to focus specifically on black people, as that is the most egregious form.
Hello, McVeigh. You asked, wait a minute. Then he asked about reparations. Yes. Well, no, the subject is about to be is on reparations, but I think he's leading up to why reparations are important. So he's just outlining where we are in the country and the problems. Because remember, and what you're going to hear Tommy also, even though he said that there is a system oppressing a group, when it comes to the actual question of reparations, if you guys should get it, he's going to have a completely different answer. We're going to get there.
And I feel like benign neglect causes us to focus on all of the rest of these other groups who weren't necessarily impacted in the same way.
Okay, if you can tell them, you said it's the most egregious. Explain to them why it's the most egregious.
Well, it's the most egregious because of the fact that when you look at, again, not just so education is particularly important, but when education specifically says, hey, we're going to keep this from you guys by focusing specifically on black people, we're going to deny this education specifically to black people, then at that point, then yes, there might be other forms of oppression against other people, but what's happening to black people is significantly worse. Then when you have all of this dejection from years of systemic oppression and not being able to be to participate within the law and things like that, those things right there are particularly heinous. When you have all of these things that have like created these systems of poverty, that have like created like the environments that would cause black people to remain in these places, but then you don't do that to other groups, then it seems like, okay, yet again, this is unfair, and it seems like that would negatively impact black people more so than these other groups. And what we're seeing is, for example, Middle Eastern people and Asian people, we're seeing like so much more progress aimed at them than us. When we look at things like hate crimes, I'm trying to land it here because I'm going on a bit. You look at things like hate crimes. Hate crimes are specifically the largest group of people who are attacked by hate crimes in this country are black people. The largest constraining factor for which type of hate crime you're going to get is race. And the largest like race that's receiving hate crimes is black people. So it seems like that is something that is aimed at us, that is negatively impacting us. And so to me, it feels like that is the system has just been intentionally armed and aimed at us. The war on drugs was decidedly aimed at black people. So many political things were aimed directly at black people. So that's why I feel like it's more egregious against us than other groups.
Okay. Just this idea that whites tend to like some people and not like us. Maybe they don't like us because if you just ever thought about it, I don't know who talks about it, but maybe they don't like us because almost everywhere we go in the world, people don't like us too. They got it in common. If you think about it, the darker they are in almost every place in the world, they kind of look down on the darker people.
That is true. But I feel like a lot of that is controlled by the media. I think whiteness, I think that's part of white supremacy that has created this environment in which we have demonized like any person who is darker than white people. And the darker you are, the further you are away from whiteness, then the more the demonized you're going to be. And they've had these sort of racial caste systems all around the world, as you pointed out, in India, where you have very dark-skinned Indian people who are treated significantly worse than their lighter-skinned counterparts. Obviously, you have the same thing in Hispanic cultures, where they have a phrase I believe is called mejorar la raza, which means improve the race by specifically having children with people who are lighter skinned than you are. So yes, yes, there is a specific anti-blackness, and the darker your skin is, the more likely you are to be mistreated. I think they even did studies where they determined that black people going through the court system are significantly more likely, if you have dark skinned, to be seen as guilty for the same evidence as light skinned counterparts, right? So then it's just like, so yes, this anti-blackness is there, colorism is also there, and I would say all of those things are created by white supremacy. And so rather than it just being something that's in common with these other groups, I would say something that's caused specifically by some of the US's particular bigotry or European bigotry that has really just been spread around the world.
All right, so let's get into it. What is it that you want to talk to me about? The because I've been having the conversations for a couple of days, well, probably about a week now. Reparations and systematic oppression. I know you're asking me right now about systematic oppression. I can agree with you that there is systematic oppression in the United States, but I guess I also try to just wonder. Sometimes people just don't like you. They just don't like you. And when people don't like you, what do you do? How do you even that? Why does the world have to be even?
So here's what I would say. As a person, you cannot force other people to like you, and your success is ultimately your responsibility. So then that means that if you're applying for a job and they're throwing out your resume because of the fact that you have a black sounding name, then in those cases, you might either want to try to go by a different name while we work on trying to fix the system, or try to find a black employer who's not going to be dissuaded by your name, or make yourself so attractive that they almost can't reject you. Now, that's a tall order, and I would imagine that the average person isn't going to meet that bar. But that's what I would advise for you to do. But I think simply acknowledging that these types of things have happened historically and are continuing to happen now is, I think, the first step towards us being able to acknowledge that something has to be done to offset the trajectory that has been caused by this intentional segregation and oppression, etc. So
who do we need to acknowledge it? Us as a people, or them as the outsiders?
The country. I think the government needs to acknowledge it, because if we're talking about reparations, it's not about individuals. It's not about it's the government. The government creates the environment that permits that type of behavior. And so I would say, if we can get the government, people in Congress, on board with the idea that we have to create better legislation to offset this damage, then we would probably be we could make some progress. That's what happened during the civil rights movement. It didn't fix everything, but it definitely created progress. There's no way around that. And I think that we just need more progress.
Okay, and this progress comes from, you said, the government. The government needs to kind of set things right.
Absolutely. And again,
that would come in the form of land or finances or a mixture.
Oh man, definitely a mixture. I believe in like a full encompassing reparations plan. But first off, before we get directly into that,
okay, I'll let you.
I got you. But so to be sure, so you do agree that the economic conditions of Black people, would you say that is caused in part by some of the systemic oppression, like the economic conditions of Black people, in contrast to the economic conditions of white people?
Yeah, I would assume that, yeah, they have the ability to try to make somebody that looks more like them a little more comfortable in this country than someone who doesn't.
And Tommy, listen.
And once they've done that, we run into a wall sometimes. That they're taking something from you, they're constantly being ahead of you.
Right. This is hard because I'm excited because we agree about so much. I really expect to push back on every single one of these points, and that's why you can't judge a book by its cover. And I get some of your content is inflammatory, but up till now, I've expected us to disagree on everything so far. We're going to probably speed run through this.
My conversations are more nuanced than what people see when they see a title or when they get a clip, and that's why nobody typically wants to have a long form discussion with me, because in a long form, all these things are more nuanced. I think the problem with blacks try to make things just you're on.
Red flag number one. You keep saying blacks. Black people. I know it's more syllables. I get it. Say black people.
The you're a coon or you're not. Everything seems to be you're a coon or you're not. You're for blacks or you're not. And it's this straight line down the middle. It's this razor sharp surgeon's edge down the middle. And one step the wrong.
So what's the problem? We're not playing kumbaya anymore. What's the problem? Either you're with us or you're against us. It's one of the two. You don't have these conversations with any other race. The other races will tell you either you're with us or against us. They tell that to their people all the time, and there's never a problem. And when the person in that race is against the race, they get ridiculed. That's cool with y'all, but when black people do it, oh, we're supposed to all be together. It's supposed to be ideological differences, and then we're supposed to all just be at the cookout just chilling, even though we don't ideologically align. Yeah, that's not how life works.
Wrong way. One word the wrong way. You're on the outside. And I think, just my opinion, I think blacks are just as or more discriminatory than whites, because we're constantly looking for ways to throw other blacks out of the cool kids club. We're constantly looking for ways to throw them out. We have not gotten any reparations yet, but what did they start? ADOS split, FBA. And that was all about, let's not give these people reparations if we get them. These people are bad. And now it's these people who are non-FBA are the ones who are doing all the rap music and making us look.
Is that true? Y'all, yeah. Let me play it again. I just want to make sure I want y'all to hear what he said.
Club. We're constantly looking for ways to throw them out. We have not gotten any reparations yet, but what did they start? ADOS split, FBA. And that was all about, let's not give these people reparations if we get them. these people are bad. And now it's these people who are not.
I don't think that's why those two lineages started, or they were coined. I shouldn't say started. I don't think those two lineages, those acronyms were started. I think they're self-identifiers. Some people want to be FBA, some people want to be ADOS. It still means that you're a Black American. I'll let y'all answer that. I ain't finna do that. But here goes red flag number 2.
On FBA are the ones who are doing all the rap music and making us look bad in front of people. I'm like, y'all hadn't even got the money yet, and y'all already arguing about how to split it.
Yeah. So
fam, I've never seen y'all argue about how y'all gonna split the checks. I've never heard this. Y'all are not telling your plans of what you're gonna do with this cash. Is everybody else saying what y'all gonna do with the cash? This is the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen. They're like, why are we gonna give them all this money? All they're gonna do is buy cars and Jordans and liquor. But FBA be like, listen, just give me my check. Let me spend it on whatever the hell I want. And then somebody was like, oh, so what are you gonna spend on? I'm not telling you. It's my money. And you see how you tried to conflate hip hop with reparations? See, this is what I mean when I say this is not how you promote conservatism. You know exactly what the reparations argument is about. It's never about, hip hop was never in it like that. It's not a central point. What they were saying about hip hop is the majority of rappers today are not of this soil. So in their eyes, they're not respecting the craft. They're just using it as a come up. And they're bringing the degeneracy, which was arguably not there 25 years ago. It was not there. They're making it worse, which now that everybody's promoting the fact that they're not from this soil, their families either from Africa or the Caribbean or Latin America, it's arguably the worst era ever. Nobody's making money. The only ones making money are the sellouts and the ones that are not of this soil. So that's correct.
Listen, I'm 100% in agreement with you about a lot of those things regarding like the FBA code, because it seems like a lot of them function.
I'm
100% in agreement with you about a lot of those things regarding like the FBA code, because it seems like.
See, okay, I had to take away him being on code. I thought he said code. I didn't realize he said cult. Okay, Fanatiq, you got one red flag. They're not a cult, sir. They're a lineage. I don't hear y'all calling the Oath Keepers, Patriot Front. I don't hear y'all calling the Rhinos, MAGA. Y'all don't call them cults like that. But when it comes to FBA ADOS, they're cults. Cool. Let's play that game real quick. Okay, since it's a cult, that must mean there's a leadership. Who's the leadership of those two groups? Because last I checked, they don't have leaders. So who's the leader of these cults? There's Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed has already told you many times he's not a leader. You can't lead a lineage. I don't like her, but Yvette and Antonio are not leaders of ADOS. They're just the most vocal about that sector. Y'all got to stop calling it cults because you've basically diminished the word. MAGA's a cult. Rhinos are cult. Is a cult. Far left liberals, that's a cult. The LGBT, dare I say, is a cult. See how that works? Then when I say it, then people are going to get upset. Yeah, let's be careful with that 4-letter word. Let's be careful with that, because then people could come around and say your comment section and your subscribers are in a cult. I don't think us as content creators want that on our resume.
Like a lot of them function in a way that is so antagonistic towards immigrant Black people, more so than it is antagonistic towards white supremacy, and that's something that I find.
That's a lie, sir. Hey, family, I'm gonna let y'all answer that. He said that you guys are more antagonistic towards immigrants than white supremacy. I'm gonna let y'all answer that. He said it. Red flag number 2. If you're going to speak on a subject like that, I kind of need you to go do the research, or at least talk to the people there before you start talking about it. Because from what I've seen, white supremacy gets it more. It's just been highlighted as the immigrants now, because they've become the proxy and the avatar on this side for the white supremacists. They want to do the dirty work. Okay, fine. You do the dirty work. You're going to get it. This is why I tell people with the reparations argument, if you're going to be a proxy for the U.S. government, cool, and I know how to deal with you. If you're not, shut up about reparations. If you're not going to help, I'd be careful with that. So that's 2 red flags.
Obviously problematic. I think the greatest threat to African Americans, to Black people within this country, is obviously white supremacy. That has been the greatest threat, and I don't see Black immigrants surpassing that anytime. What I will say is there are great sentiments of anti-Black sentiments, anti-Blackness within immigrants, Black immigrants as well. So I understand that that's there, but that can't be the primary focus. I also recognize that as a lineage and as an ethnicity, Blackness within the United States, within that context, is distinct from immigrant Black people. We recognize that immigrant Black people are outperforming ethnic Blacks from the United States by a lot.
You're gonna tell that lie. Okay. You're gonna tell that lie. How's that working out, by the way, with them immigrant Black folks who are getting caught up? Oh, did you know they found out more Nigerian nurses are running around without proper credentials? Yeah. Now they're finding them in the UK. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's really working out so well. Yeah, we got the immigrant culture over here scamming all day. Yeah, I know I'm from an immigrant background. I shouldn't be saying that. I'm sorry. I gotta tell it like it is. How is that working out, sir? Where is your metric for this? You saw a bullshit meme on social media that says Nigerians make the most money. How's that working out? All they do is yap off. Why don't you ask them how they got there, sir? Since y'all want to play that game. They're the subservient Black. That's why they got there. It's not because they worked hard. I don't know who need to tell you that. They know how to kiss up to white supremacy. That's what the immigrant class does. I wish y'all would be truthful when you say it. Say it with me. Immigrant Black people know how to play up to white supremacy because they deal with it in their homelands and they act like it doesn't exist. That's why I laugh at Jamaica when they act like white supremacy ain't down there and you're ruled by the British Crown. Arguably the haven of where white supremacy started. And Nigerians run straight to the UK. So tell me again how they're overperforming. But okay, you got it.
Lot. They have stronger family stronger family
JB
units,
Easy, you
college
be
graduation, etc.
nice.
So I would say for all of these reasons, if we're talking about reparations and the harms and stigmatization that has been aimed at specifically the Black people who have been in this country, then it seems like money is one of the ways that people use to kind of overcome that. And if immigrants are more likely to have more money, then they're not subject to the same thing.
They don't have more money. Stop saying, oh God. Okay. So they have more money, but they're the biggest complainers online. Shit, I wasn't supposed to say that. I wasn't supposed to say that, family. I apologize to the Democrat Party. I wasn't supposed to say that. I should apologize to the Republican Party. I wasn't supposed to say that. Fuck it. I'm embracing villainy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the black immigrant class are the biggest complainers about the economy right now. They're the ones arguing over Biden and Trump. Yes, there's Black Americans doing it as well, but the immigrant class is the biggest ones talking about it. They know their numbers are inflated, population-wise and with these metrics on the economy. They know this. The griff is up and the system's coming down. Again, the UK just found a whole bunch of Nigerians over there that don't have the credentials. You have that over here as well. And Caribbean folk, I'm sorry. The griff is over. I told y'all that nursing and medical boom from that started 30 years ago was going to be over within a few years. And look, we're at the precipice of it now because the scamdemic exposed everybody. Black Americans ain't flossing online like nothing's wrong. Everybody's feeling it, but all of a sudden, the immigrant class is the ones arguing about it. That means it's hitting them harder. But I ain't supposed to say nothing. By the way, did you know you could be deported if they find out that you scammed that kind of stuff? But I ain't supposed to say that either. Well, we're going to continue with the video. I might do a video on that next week.
Bring any anti-blackness. But yeah, the fact that go ahead.
Well, I just want to ask, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I was just wondering, don't you think that we concentrate too much on quote unquote white supremacy? And I could be wrong, but it just seems to me like when you said,
here we go. Here's where it goes off the rails.
And this white supremacy is causing us so much problems, but then it's very difficult for me to believe it because white supremacy is allowing us to be on every platform we're broadcasting to right now.
Watch
are
this.
owned by whites.
I'm about to
each of these
Tommy
platforms that we're broadcasting to has been able to create wealth amongst blacks that shouldn't have been allowed. And these, and I'll say it this way, because they are constantly talking about white people ain't shit, white supremacy is horrible, and all of these things. And in the process, they're enriching themselves on these white platforms while doing it. And if white supremacy was so oppressive, how is this new form of black jobs, because most blacks didn't, and a lot of blacks jumped on this bandwagon, especially during the COVID thing. They jumped on it and they've been allowed to say all the things that the oppressor should not want them to say and get paid doing it. These jobs didn't come from blacks. These jobs came from blacks using white stuff to enrich themselves. Every one of them. When you say hit that Cash App, that's a white person. When you say,
okay, let me cook you on this. I'm gonna let you finish.
Go to Venmo, white. Follow me on Twitter, white. Follow me on Instagram, white. Broadcast on Kick, broadcast. All these things are white. Just curious, how is that? The oppression seems overblown.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Let me cook you real fast. You know what? You're gonna get indoctrinated. I shouldn't say indoctrinated. You're gonna get introduced, sir. We gotta have a conversation. Let me explain something. And this was another reason why I had to leave Tommy, because as entertaining as he was, he's also a big liar. And when I really started getting in my research bag, a lot of his shit I would push back on, because a lot of it was lies. Sir, you'd tell everybody you're the most hated man on social media. You ran with this for years. You're the most hated man on social media. They don't want to let me shine. Everybody's trolling me. Everybody's knocking down my channels. I can't even put up a video without it being disliked to hell before people even hear what I said. Sir, every entity you just talked about went against you. And you're a coon. We already know this. The family will back me up on that. You're a coon. But you were an entertaining coon. As much as you want to say that there's no white supremacy, or how you said white supremacy is overblown, white supremacy knocked your channels down. It wasn't black folks. Black folks just put out a report. It was YouTube who said, you know what? We got to take it down. We got to censor your channel. You got to go to one of your other backup channels, even though technically you're not supposed to do that. But okay, we still let you rock. They did that to you, not us. PayPal, well, I'm sorry, not PayPal. GoFundMe decided to terminate your ongoing campaign. That wasn't us. We're not in control of those systems. We're not in control of those entities. So that was the white thing you just talked about. When people were fucking with your family, who came out and saw you? It wasn't the black police officers. It wasn't the black police force. It was a bunch of white people. Yeah, because you lived in Arizona. When they tried to take your child, sir, you argued with a white woman from Child Protection Services. I was there when you did the live about it. That wasn't us. So you coming up with this white supremacist argument, trying to say that we're overblowing it because during the scamdemic, black people found a niche on social media and created content and got bigger. How about you go sit down with them TikTok creators who constantly get their stuff stolen? They have to constantly sue TikTok and other creators for taking their content and monetizing it more. But when they put up the content as the originators, they get it flagged. How about you sit down with us content creators and listen to the stories of the ad apocalypses, which you were a part of, including the one that just passed by, that Professor Black Truth and I, not to put myself in the same air, but we went through that because they went back and struck videos and age-restricted videos that we had from a year ago. That's not black people doing that, sir. That's a white supremacist entity called Google that is run by people from the AAPI. So yeah, that's a disingenuous argument and it's not factual. But you're a man about integrity. Okay. Sure. I'm going to let you continue.
Well, okay, so let's talk. That's crazy. We're finding a serious disagreement here, which is okay.
I knew I would.
Okay, so first off, when we start talking about systemic oppression, like first off, like this stuff happens way before we're talking about adulthood and trying to like make success on these platforms, which are already particularly discriminatory. You'll find that people, black people, doing the same thing, having even be of a higher quality, have a harder time meeting success than their white counterparts. I'll give you a quick example. I'm a musician. Okay, I play music.
Unless you coon. Unless you coon. Again, I have always made this analogy. They always take the extreme parts of black folks to see where the line is, and then everybody else can do it underneath the line, and they are lauded for it. When them chicks were running through doing that song, running through places and shit, everybody copied off of them. And it was okay. But when they did it, people were like, they doing too much. You got coons all over social media who lie and say that they're being censored, yet they put up posts and videos getting hundreds of thousands of views. How is that possible? But when we put out positive content, we can't even get traction like that. We report the truth on these stories, like Ethan Limley or Limerick, whatever the hell his last name is. We tell the truth. They don't want to. They say that we being divisive. They age restrict the video. White people put up lies all over social media. They get millions of views. But ain't no white supremacy, because that's what you're basically saying. Ain't no white supremacy. All right. Sure.
I play the piano, and I have a gift with my ear. I can play pretty much any song I hear with literally an ear that's more accurate than any other person I've ever heard in my entire life's ear. Like, legit. Oh, actually, there's one kid I saw online, this little gifted genius 8-year-old, whose ear is literally, I think, the greatest in the world. Besides that kid, I've never in my life encountered a person who has an ear like mine. Yet, if a white person gets on there and does the same thing at a mediocre level, they're more likely to meet more success. You'll find people.
Well, let me tell you why I don't have a problem with that.
Go ahead.
They're more them than us.
Well, only yes. So you're describing why these systems still favor. I mean, why these systems still favor white
people. And they're the one who created it.
Well,
listen to what you're saying. They're the ones who created it, right?
If that's the case, then you would be able to make the argument that Eminem shouldn't be the greatest hip hop artist, right? He shouldn't have the highest sales or the results in rap he does, but he does. And that was music created by black people, supported by.
Okay, in that case, there shouldn't be a black man like LeBron James who's made more money than
I'm not
anybody
making
else.
that argument. I'm not saying let's go down that train. I'm saying that's obviously ignorant, because I don't think you had the
Well,
same,
I'm saying
you didn't have that outrage.
No,
But you didn't have that outrage, or you didn't have this perspective about Eminem, unless you did. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Do you feel?
Well, I've always said Eminem got the numbers he got because the whites backed him.
Sure. Do you feel like he shouldn't have been allowed to do the music that he was doing?
Allowed to do the music?
Sure.
No, I don't think there's an idea of being allowed to do the music. We're in America. You should be able to do the music just like Cowboy Troy can do. He did country music.
Okay, so like people should be able to be on Twitch or any of these other platforms and do the same things that they're doing.
No, I didn't say that they shouldn't be able to do the same thing. I said you said their numbers are bigger, and I said, but of course they should be. They have a larger group of people.
Okay, so then if we agree, then these are open platforms, because the country has obviously came to its senses and said that we can't just discriminate and racially intentionally just like segregate these platforms and say black people can't be a part of them. That doesn't mean that that's an end to white supremacy. That doesn't fix the fact that the house that my grandmother bought was freaking red lines. That doesn't change the inheritance that my mother got 3.5 years ago. That doesn't change the loans that when my mother refinanced her home, her and my father, when they refinanced the loan on their house. It doesn't change the fact that they were still being like undercut there, or that we're seeing.
But it does change what I was talking about. But it does change what I was talking about, which was simpler. I said, today, I think that this idea of white supremacy is overblown.
So this is where, look, to say a phrase like overblown is a relative term. And I don't know, overblown to what? Like, to what degree? Are we going to compare it overblown? Overblown according.
Sir, how is it overblown? We just literally watched a governor help a man who killed a black person. He helped raise him $1 million. What are you talking about? White supremacy right now is literally telling folks you can kill black people and you should be able to monetize it and go home. You can't be serious right now. But we know you are, because this is the line you've played for 15 years. You can't be serious. Jalen Walker was unarmed when he got shot at 94 times. His killers are not facing justice. White supremacy tried to lock up Kenneth Walker for defending his home, defending his person. What are we talking about? Y'all got upset when the McMichaels when they got sentenced. Y'all got upset. Y'all got upset when Chauvin got it. But it wasn't no white supremacy when Zimmerman got off. That's white supremacy, sir. When it's against you, you don't want to acknowledge it. We're not going to. All right, whatever.
To the psychopaths on Twitter who are saying that white supremacy is everything, or are we going to say it's overblown by the Republican Party, who are literally making arguments like Tucker Carlson that white supremacy doesn't exist? It can be overblown, but I can't speak for everyone else. What I can say is that white supremacy is still effective, it's still impactful, and we're seeing the results of it in several studies across the country today. That's what I would say. Now, the degree of overblownness, I don't even know how to contend with that, because I don't know. I haven't really given it a value statement for us to be able to contend that.
Well, I was trying to answer that, and you did say that we were talking earlier. We were talking about how this is supposed to be the most important thing in Blacks' lives, and I don't think it is. It is the most. No, I'm saying, but when I was talking earlier, I was saying that's what I hear when you said blacks, when we were talking blacks going at other blacks and being divisive amongst blacks is almost as problematic as white supremacy.
No, that's not.
No,
what
And I
it's
think
not.
it's way more problematic than so-called white supremacy.
No, that's not what I was saying. What I was saying.
God.
So what were you saying?
I was saying that the focus should be on white supremacy, as it is far more impactful than the impact of the immigrants. Like immigrant black people, they're smaller in number, two, they're smaller in power, and so then the idea that that should be the primary focus of any ethnic groups, like especially something that's pro-black, if we're going to be focusing on anything, it shouldn't be immigrant black people as much as it should be white supremacy, as white supremacy is far more impactful. That was my argument.
And why should we be focusing on white supremacy? Because I don't think white supremacy is impactful to the point where, just like you said, that's minuscule. I think white supremacy is just as minuscule as that. I think both of them are overblown and made up.
How is white supremacy minuscule? Sir, white supremacy is threatening to shut down the country because one side of white supremacy doesn't want to fund what's going on in Ukraine. The other one does. A whole bunch of Republicans said they voted to send them more money. What are you talking about? Sir, white supremacy literally has lawsuits right now because they screwed over black homeowners' appraisal rates. What are you talking about? White supremacy just arrested a little girl violently, gave her a knot on her head because she was standing outside with a dog, waiting for her friend to come out of a store. What are you talking about? White supremacy taught them 5 cops who killed Tyree Nichols what to do to that man. White supremacy created your sector of YouTube called the Black Conservative, or what I like to call the Black Dumb Conservative movement. What are you talking about? White supremacy just told you, us YouTube content creators, that we can finally fully monetize sexual abuse videos as long as we don't go into graphic detail. Because people complain that they can't accurately report news or have discussions because YouTube is going to come after us. White supremacy, thank you, Kelvin Black, literally tried to throw black people off their land. White supremacy right now is screwing with the Gullah Geechee in South Carolina. White supremacy is literally destroying New York right now. White supremacy destroyed California. White supremacy is trying to destroy Texas. White supremacy tried to invade the Southeast through their black proxies like Stacey Abrams. White supremacy ruined Florida. So much so now they don't even want to tell their racist history. White supremacy put PragerU kids in school. White supremacy destroyed Baltimore. And don't give me it's a whole bunch of black people running the city. I don't want to hear that. White supremacy's decisions have us in a 3-year hole right now. It ain't us running BlackRock, sir. It wasn't us that went and said we're going to go strike in Hollywood. It wasn't us. All we ask y'all to do is leave us alone and let us compete in the system. Just leave us alone. But all right, there's no white supremacy. It's minuscule. That's what he said. It's minuscule. Yeah. Okay.
And that's why I use the example of all the things that we're allowed to do, because my thought behind white supremacy would be that they're not going to allow us to sit up here and constantly talk about it, put them down, and get paid doing it.
They're making money off of it. Come on, my guy. They make money off us talking about them. We just can't go to a certain line, which they won't tell us. And even if we knew what the line was, we still overstep it because we need to tell the truth. Sir, come on. They monetize you more because you talk about us negatively. They want to hear that. We saw what happened when you tried to talk about white supremacy on your platform. Your crowd turned on you and they demonetized the video.
I don't think they do that.
That sounds like a straw man there, because no one's saying that white supremacy is all powerful and that there aren't things that have prevented them from segregating certain things that we're doing. For example, like, yes, we are able to be on these platforms because they're not allowed to racially discriminate. That doesn't invalidate.
They chose not to. It wasn't black who made this.
No,
This is what you say they're not allowed.
No, they're legally not able to discriminate and prevent black people from using Twitch.tv.
That was something that they legally them though. They did it, so that means they allowed it.
It's not just them. There was an entire political process with God knows how many different riots that happened in the country. Rights were happening. Huh? No, rights were happening.
Still them.
You're saying white people were rioting more so than black people in the civil rights movement?
They rioted. Who wrote the law? Who voted the law?
There were black people that were still in Congress at the time when they wrote the
law, and who voted the law?
Both blacks and whites in conjunction is what I'm answering. I'm answering your question.
No
I'm sorry.
blacks that were,
Let me make sure. So I'm sorry. Let me make sure that we're crystal clear here, because you keep interrupting. Let me make sure that we're crystal clear here. You're saying before 1964, when the first Civil Rights Act passed, you're saying there were no black people in Congress during that time? Is that what you're saying? Because Congress, let me make sure I'm asking. Congress passes the laws, and there were black people in Congress at the time of the passing of the Civil Rights Act. So it was black people and white people in conjunction working together to get this progress.
Y'all do know that earlier in this conversation, he straight said, "Oh, I don't speak in absolutes." He said it. He said it's not an intelligent argument to speak in absolutes. So then he turns around and what does he throw to me? An absolute.
What absolute did I throw at you?
Funny, you just said, so you said there are no blacks?
Well,
That's what you said.
I'm sorry. In order to disagree with me, when I make the statement that blacks and whites in conjunction did this thing,
you said that after I made my statement
multiple times, and you disagreed with me. I'm sorry.
I said
then that's my fault. I'm
if
sorry.
they had voted amongst if whites voted amongst racial lines, it would not get passed.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Then I must have misunderstood, or maybe you misspoke.
That's really what I'm saying.
Let's just make sure that we're crystal clear here.
You can't do it yourself.
So
you can't. If I have a baby, my baby again. So that's how I said it. Took them. If whites voted amongst racial lines, as a matter of fact, what you're saying is apparently the blacks that were there, however many they were, they voted for their own interest. Did they not?
Let's not get caught up on miscommunication. Instead,
no.
Let's update the conversation. So to be sure, the original thing that was being stated was, which I stated, and it seemed like you disagreed with, but maybe that was a miscommunication. So to be crystal clear here, it was black people and white people in conjunction passing the laws that prevented the further discrimination. Correct?
No. Here's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Do you disagree or not?
I heard what you said. See what just happened? I listened to everything you said.
Okay.
Did not cut you off.
Okay.
I said no, and I'd like to elaborate.
Okay, go ahead.
Because if I got to listen to you, surely you want to listen to why I'm saying no.
Go ahead.
I said no because of simply this. We needed them. They didn't need us. If they had just said, they wanted to vote upon racial lines like we did, because unless you're telling me there was, out of the 3 blacks, one of them said, let's keep them down. So the blacks voted amongst racial lines. If the whites had done the same thing, Bill dead quick. So it took some white people to go against their own best interest if white supremacy helps whites.
So once again, that has nothing to do with the question that I asked, because to be crystal clear, but I'm not going to ask you again. I'm just going to go ahead and state it, and then we'll move past it. What I said was the fact that there were also black people, black legislators that were also involved with the passing of the Civil Rights Act, right? And so it wasn't simply white people that passed the legislation that made it illegal for them to discriminate. That was something, again, people worked in conjunction. And so, yes, this was something that we did together. It wasn't something that only white people did. And with that being said, given that those laws have been on the books for over half a freaking century at this point, the idea that now, because of the fact that black people are able to make money on YouTube, somehow invalidates the existence of white supremacy is absurd. Obviously, again, there are different areas where white supremacy flourishes and where it chooses to focus, and others where it will not at certain times. It doesn't mean that it's still not in play. So the idea that black mortgages, for example, as recent as 2009, when we had all of these intentional subprime loans that were given to black people, despite credit score, despite what was the other one? It was despite income and credit score, black people were pushed into subprime loans, and so that the housing crisis directly impacted black people significantly worse than its white counterparts. That was white supremacy. That wiped out black wealth. So these things do still impact us. These things have existed for quite some time.
A system that allowed blacks to get homes, when without that system they wouldn't have been allowed to get it, is now white supremacist. So that would be like a system that allowed blacks to get into Princeton and Harvard when they wouldn't have been able to get in it.
Sure.
And then
you're assuming they couldn't get into it. I think didn't we cover this? Didn't a lot of us here in New Black Media cover that? The fact that these institutions did not let us in, that's why the HBCUs were created, and they were churning out better students than their white counterparts. I mean, and that's documented. There was a time where Howard was one of the best colleges in the world. And they didn't like that. That's why I dare say that the HBCUs were a direct reason why the PWIs started letting black people in. What is he talking about? But again, he's still not acknowledging there's a system of white supremacy. He's still not acknowledging it because he knows he's going to piss his fan base off.
Then they failed out because they really weren't qualified to do it. Like a lot of affirmative action has done, has given blacks opportunities that they technically weren't qualified to.
How do you know that? What is your metric for that? How do you know that? How do you know we weren't qualified? You're assuming. Y'all saw that law in the book and just figured, oh, regular black people ain't gonna get the job. I get it. You see all this diversity hires and you figure that was affirmative action. Okay. All right.
Okay. That when they fail, I want to make sure when they fail, that in itself is white supremacy. That they gave, that these blacks could have said, I cannot afford this. No matter how much you're offering, I know I can't. I'm not going to take it.
Sir, who's going to turn down a zero money down loan? Who's going to turn that down with low interest rates? Who's going to who? Let me ask y'all, family. Would you turn, if somebody said, listen, I'm finna give you $100,000, you don't have to give me shit for it, with a low interest rate, will you take it? Now I know in this climate you're gonna say no because there's gonna be a catch later, but if you really wanted that house and the bank said, listen, you've been a great customer, check this out, we're gonna give you, how much is the house? 400,000. Okay, we'll give you the loan for it, zero money down, low interest rate. We'll give you an interest rate about 2%. Who's not going to take that? I don't know. Nobody's not going to take that unless, you know, they're really into it and like, you know, this sounds like a scam, but who's not going to take that? The average person is going to take that. That's what happened with the during the financial crisis and the housing market crash. They gave out bullshit loans because they had a whole bunch of supply that they had to get rid of. So they said, fuck it, we'll just give you these bullshit houses. You don't pay nothing just so we can get it off the books. And then they said, damn, we're losing money. We're going to have to raise these interest rates. And they raised them and people couldn't afford them. They had to take it back. It's basically what happened. And they overstressed the system. Because we were still in a recession. Nobody was really making money like that. Except the banks. But again, he's still saying there's no white supremacy.
Or they could have paid it. It's white supremacy because they gave them an opportunity to get something that without the subprime loans, they would have never been able to get it.
So correct. Because white supremacy takes both sides of the argument. You should know that.
Let me explain to you why you're wrong here. Again, I'm gonna give you a simple analogy. Say we gave people loans. Say we allowed people to come into a classroom and we said, hey, we're gonna let you into this classroom. But once we let the black people into
Brandon,
the classroom,
hello, you seem new.
we raised the curriculum
Stop
so
it.
high that it was impossible.
You stop it right now.
Impossible for them to pass. And then we look at their failure and say, so you must not have been qualified for the class at all. While meanwhile, we're giving a different class to white people where there is no change in standard. The reason why this analogy holds up so well is because with these subprime loans, what they had was variable interest rates, meaning we go through the rubrics necessary to determine whether you qualify for this loan or not. After we've gone through that rubric, now once you're in bed with this loan, we raise the interest rate up, sometimes increasing your mortgage by, I don't know, 60%, 50%, 70%. So now you can no longer afford your mortgage. They did this specifically with these subprime loans because they had variable interest rates. Meanwhile, white people with lower credit scores and lower income were not given those subprime loans. They intentionally steered specifically black borrowers into them. They then settled with the government to the tunes of billions of dollars, none of the vast majority of which did not go back to the consumer. owners. So then now black people are desperate to hold on to these homes, hoping the interest rate goes back down so that they're back able to get the mortgage rates that they're supposed to. And instead, they're now investing their life savings, etc., until they are eventually foreclosed on, meaning all wealth input put into that property is now completely wiped out. That's what happened to black people. So then to simply say, well, we gave you the home, but when we gave you the home with factors such as variable interest rates, which are guaranteed to make you lose that home, then that's not truly giving me the opportunity. You gave me the opportunity to fail. You didn't give me the opportunity to build wealth, because if the interest rate stayed the same and I was able to continue to make my payments until the house became completely mine, then all of that mortgage and all of that property value and the growth thereof would be completely wealth. But they did the exact opposite, because they knew by raising those interest rates that they would not be able to afford those things, which is why they settled to the tunes of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. So it's not just, it is white supremacists to intentionally target black people with these specific loans, which we have the evidence for.
You intentionally targeted a group of people who were begging you for an opportunity to be able to get a house, and if you use the standard across the board that everybody had to use, they would have never been able to get a house.
Oh, you misheard me. Remember I told you that they did the study and they found that black people with higher incomes and higher credit scores than their white counterparts were still given subprime loans. So if we're only controlling for the black people who have more income and credit score, the two largest factors on which are determining the factors of your loan, if we're controlling for only those groups and still giving them subprime loans, that becomes predatory. It's no longer the same rubric. That's my point.
And my point would be then on top of that would be simple. When you're talking about banking, you're talking about Steens and Bergs and Steins and all of these and Goldmans and all of that. So you can put it on white supremacy, or you could put it on the people who are setting the rates for these loans.
I was waiting for that part for y'all, family. That was the part I was waiting for. So now you're going to shift the blame to the real estate agents. Tommy Sotomayor. Who did the real estate agents learn how to pull that off from, sir? Because y'all seem to think that they were just born into money. That wasn't always the case, sir. Yes, they financed a lot of the slave trade, but they also lost a lot of money. They learned the ins and outs of the banking system from who? That's right. White folk, white Aryans. Sir, I could do a whole Rumble stream about the relationship between the white Aryans and the real estate agents. You would be shocked at what we found. They learned under the tree of white supremacy how to finesse the banking system. By the way, Mr. Sotomayor, the real estate agents, Jewish people, they identify as what color, family? Please tell them in the chat. What color do they, what race do they identify as? Because you can't put Jewish as a race. Jewish is a religion. I want to. I can't do it on YouTube. It's going to have to be a Rumble exclusive. Or I might have to put it behind the members only wall. Because if I put that out here on there, they will strike my channel and I'll lose my monetization. I know that for sure. Even if I don't monetize the video, I will lose it. I don't even think I could put it behind the member wall because they can go in there and look at it. So I might have to do that on Rumble. Y'all don't want to have that conversation. Yes, Jewish people, I write down white as their race. But you also, Tommy, don't want to tell them how a lot of them came over here and changed their last name to sound more American. But you right. You're right. Let's just blame the real estate agents for how the system's messed up. Like, because they were the only culprits. Okay.
You could put it on them. You could talk about them, but it seems like we won't talk about them, because if you want to say what they were doing, those people, they are not the white Caucasians that you talk about, or none of you talk about. That white supremacy seemed to be a bit of Jewish supremacy. I'm pretty sure those are the ones who said that those are the Fed. The Fed setting that stuff. I guarantee you that's who that is.
Listen,
I guarantee you you're banking that's who that is.
You're trying to get me to the platform. I'm just going to say, for the record, though, just to be clear.
How am I? Well, listen to what he just said. I'm trying to now get him deplatformed so we can talk on these white people stuff and talk bad about white people. But when we talk about these other people, we gonna get deplatformed.
Sure would.
Yes, because they'll go run to YouTube saying that we're being anti-Semitic, sir. Yes, I'm actually shocked. Wait, let me just make sure. Because when I did that show about Jinsa, they limited my ads. I'll let y'all play while I look for that video. I know they limited my ads.
But hold on, are we going to sit here for right now and pretend that Jews aren't white? Is that what we're saying?
Apparently, if we're not
on the census,
wait, shouldn't we be calling a spade a spade?
Are Jews white? Yes or no? What do they put on their census?
Aren't Africans black? Yet they still got FBA.
Jews, just to be
clear.
Whoa. See, y'all gotta be careful, family, because again, as knocked down as Tommy's been, he's still got a big following. You gotta be careful. You see what he just did? I'm gonna play it again. You see what he just said?
Is that what we're saying?
Apparently, if we're not
on the census,
wait, shouldn't we be calling a spade a spade?
Are Jews white? Yes or no? What do they put on their census?
Aren't Africans black? Yet they still got FBA.
Jews.
Why are you conflating Africans and FBA? That's two different things. That's literally two different things. So I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all gotta watch them, family. I'm telling y'all, they just be saying this shit and people run with it. All right. Let me see something. Let me see. Monetization. Yeah, they limited it. That video I did about Jinsa, yeah, they gave me limited monetization. I didn't even say nothing wrong in there. It's not suitable for most advertisers. I didn't say nothing wrong in there. I did a breakdown of Jinsa and how that affects the cops. That's all I did. I did another one about the African Union. And they say get rid of Israel out of there. They gave me full one on that. Okay. And then I did one more. Talking about the history of Israel and 9 areas of human activity. And they gave me full on that. So me talk about how Israel influences the cops, they said no. But, you know, there's no white supremacy and can't say nothing about them. All right, got it.
Just to be
You're
clear.
spitting them.
No. Okay, so let me explain to you just really quickly, and then we're going to get right back to the fact that Jews are white. The reason why black people have a specific ethnicity.
Tell a Jew that they're white.
The reason why black people have a specific.
They mark it on the census, sir.
Everyone else in this.
Sir, I've dealt the census. You can't write your religion on there as a race, sir. They have to identify as one of the 5, or they say 2 or more. They are white. They write white. There, you can go find the videos online. Jewish people have said this. They mark white.
country has the ability to cling on to specific cultural heritage. You ask an Italian American, where are your parents from, or so and so, they'll say they're from Italy, from Mother Italy. So they're Italian Americans. You can ask, oh, my so and so is Swedish. Oh, I'm German. Oh, I'm French. Oh, I'm Polish. Oh, I'm whatever the freak, right? So you have all of these different whiteness. I'm Spanish. So you got all these different whiteness and these different places that people can identify. You can ask Asians, where are you from? If you just say you're just broadly Asian, it's like, sure, but what are you more specifically? And they'll tell you, I'm Chinese, I'm Korean, I'm Japanese, I'm Indonesian, whatever the freak, right? So at the end of the day, they all have these cultures. When that culture was stripped from us, in order to have an understanding of the specific ethnicity that was blackness, because ethnicity is beyond just race. Ethnicity can be even within subgroups, depending on how you want to zoom in or out. And so black people, as an ethnicity, are a specific, distinct group of people who are all collected under the same country, who have been here for God knows how long, literally building this country, and then during all of that time, not having all of their ties to their origins severed. So as a result of that, our origin is here. Our legacy, our ethnicity starts here in the United States as Black Americans. That's why it is more than just a race; it is also an ethnicity. So there is a distinction between us and other immigrants who have came over here willingly, who haven't been subjected to the exact same things, and have entirely different cultural structures. That's why there's a distinction between those two. Now, with that being said, no, hold on. With that being said, making sure that we're still focused here, Jews are considered white. Jews actually have perpetuated plenty of the white supremacy. Jews have been putting on their what is it called, on the census, white for over a century. So if that's the case, the idea that now we're going to disambiguate white supremacy by focusing specifically on Jews seems misguided. Why wouldn't we do the same thing if there's some specific region that Italians are covering or something? We don't do that. It's whiteness.
No,
white
yes, we
supremacy.
would. Yes, we would. If Italians were doing something the same way we talk about what the Arabs did. If you talk about somebody else being Hispanic, well, blacks can be Hispanic. I don't know. Blacks can be French. Blacks can be a lot of these things you just said. Sure. And they can trace their lineage to a lot of these places.
Except for FBAs or ADOS.
Well, and see, that's another thing. That's to say that these people are, that they cannot. We have 50 million, almost 50 million blacks in the United States. They claim, the guy who talked to me today, and I think you might have been there when he said 50 million of them are ADOS.
I don't know about
all
that.
black here are ADOS.
I don't know.
Ain't nobody ever said that. Now he lying. Ain't nobody said that. And if he did say that, he was well misguided.
That's decidedly not true.
I said, but that's what he was able to say.
Tommy, listen, I cannot contend with idiots on Twitter making dumb statements that can't be verified. I'm not going to argue what that moron said. I can only contend with what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is the argument that you were giving that it couldn't be white supremacy, despite the fact that it was predatory, given the fact that
I didn't say no. I didn't say it couldn't be. Well, here's what I said. It can't be if you choose to take it. They can give you the thing off top, and it's white supremacy is why they're offering it to you. The idea of they gave guns to blacks to see. Say it couldn't be. Well, here's what I said. It can't be if you choose to take it.
It can't be if you choose to take it. Does that not sound like when he said slavery was a choice? Because he said that. This man said that slavery was a choice. Oh, we know McFat, but again, let them tell it. Remember, Kyrie Irving was just exercising his religious beliefs, and they tried to end his career and his life. So, yeah. Oh, let me guess. That didn't happen, right? He was just a bad guy. The real estate agents didn't do nothing wrong. Okay. But he said this.
No. I didn't say it couldn't be. Well, here's what I said. It can't be if you choose to take it. They can give you the thing off top, and it's white supremacy is why they're offering it to you. The idea of they gave guns to blacks to see what would happen to them in these neighborhoods. Yes, they did that. But when you take it and do it, it stopped being white supremacy. Here's the thing. You can have a lawyer.
You introduced the factor. You introduced the variable. Anything that, oh God. It's funny. You want to disaggregate putting guns in black neighborhoods when black people use the guns. But you're the same guy with that would never let black women get off for having these babies, and then the babies turn into young people and adults that do dumb shit out there. You blame them for it. Yeah. We disaggregate for white supremacy, but for black folks, nah, everything that happens, everything, every subject and every bullet point is on them. No caveats. Got it.
Huh?
It still flows downstream from it.
Well, hold on. I'm still going to say that just because somebody do it, there can be a bunch of hoes out here trying to give people STDs. But if you don't sleep with them, if you don't say, hey, let me get a test before I sleep with you, you can stop that even though they're irresponsible. You can. There are a lot of roving people out in the streets who are going around grabbing doors to see whose house they can get in. But if yours is locked and they move on, that's how you stop it. I'm not going to continue to blame someone else when a part of it was I could have stopped it. When you go and get one of these loans.
How are you going to put more of the onus on the part than the whole? Without the whole, there's no part. I don't have a car, but I'm going to blame the braking system for why the car screeches, for why a car screeches. What? Hey, this neighborhood in Atlanta sucks. So Atlanta sucks. That's basically what you're saying, sir. Like I just said, when it comes to black people, the part is everything. We're the part that makes everything go wrong. But with everybody else, we got to look at it on a case-by-case basis. Got it.
Who are going around grabbing doors to see whose house they can get in. But if yours is locked and they move on, that's how you stop it. I'm not going to continue to blame someone else when a part of it was I could have stopped it. When you go and get one of these loans, you can have a lawyer look over it. You can have a lawyer understand. You can say, I won't take it. Another thing you can do, by that time, we had enough blacks and we had a black bank at the time. So no black person should have gotten any home loan had it not come from that black bank, since we already don't trust whites. We had these things in place.
For segregation. You're arguing for segregation. You're saying black people should only do business.
Yes, if you say that whites do it, is that not segregation of what whites were doing? If you said they gave
discrimination, it was racial intentionally harm. It was racial intentional.
Yes, so that is segregation.
No,
if you come to me and show me
that's not segregation, that's discrimination.
So I'm arguing for to be discriminatory as well. Do not go to them. Be discriminatory.
I don't think that the argument should be that black people should only get loans from black people.
But that's what you don't think.
Of course,
my way, had they did it my way, if they did it my way, they wouldn't be bitching and moaning right now.
That's not exactly
your way. Fine. You can keep putting it in white folks' hand and
that's not true, because even if we did business with each other, look, they just put out a story that says we've been doing more business with each other, and they're already figuring out a way to stop that. We've been saying that for years. We need to have our own self-contained economy like the Asians do, and they're already looking to stop that. Case in point, and I'll play the video. The mini community, the micro community they had down here in College Park went viral. Beautiful to see black people owning land and making their own little subdivisions. Beautiful thing. What happened? They limited that video, and then they started promoting white people doing it. Again, TikTok, same thing. Limited the reach of black content creators, propped up everybody else. Now they came out with that story. Black people doing more business with each other. They're going to stop that.
Them to treat you right.
That's
my way
exactly
was don't ask.
Well, that's not exactly true, because then that would be the same argument where you would say, well, if you work with a black label, then the black music label won't screw you over the way the white labels did. But you had everybody on the face record still filing for bankruptcy. Furthermore, I want to point out.
Well, that's the point.
Furthermore, I want to point out the fact that you can take down a note if you need to, and then you'll be able to address that point. But I want to address the other point that we're saying. The fact that you're saying because you have a choice, that doesn't remove the fact that it's predatory. You can still give people. Okay, good. So then, if it's still predatory, then it would still be. Hold on. Now we're interrupting everybody every sentence. That's what's happening here. Let me finish. I got you. Now we're being dishonest. I'm not being dishonest. I'm not being dishonest.
I have not said here and intentionally misquoted you. I have not done it.
I got you. So then let me finish and then correct me. Now, what I'm saying is the fact. This is about to get disrespectful. I don't know why. The fact is that just because you have a choice doesn't remove the fact that it's still predatory. And if I got you. It doesn't matter that you didn't say it. I'm saying it. So if the fact is, if the supremacists are still doing predatory things to black people, then it seems like it would still create all of this harm. And then we can start understanding why was the predation successful. And the reason why the predation was specifically successful was because of the fact that this is not very far removed, literally only one generation, from black people who weren't able to buy homes. You got to remember, redlining was barely outlawed in 1968. So when predatory loans are being given to black people in 2007 and their parents didn't own homes, then it makes all the sense in the world why their parents wouldn't be savvy enough to understand the fact that, hey, these loans are not appropriate given my income common given these other factors. So if that's the case, then it would make sense. It would make sense why black people would fall prey to this system of predatory behavior. So if we're able to admit then intentional systems of predatory behavior were impacting black people, then it would make all the sense in the world that we should be doing something to offset that damage, considering the wealth that was lost during that cause, and simply putting the onus on black people themselves when the reason why they were uninformed in the first place were further systems of systemic oppression, such as redlining. It seems a little bit misguided to me.
And if I say something and we're in the middle of talking, but I say something that's incorrect, I will always allow you to say, hey, make sure you stay on that, because like you said, you might have to take notes. But it's 10 o'clock, I've been up all day, and the last thing I want to do is take notes when I'm having a discussion with someone. We should be able to discuss things on an honest term. And if someone keeps saying, are you saying, and that other person just went and straight up explained that that is not what they were saying, and you just keep doing it to build an argument on that. I specifically gave several examples of how, yes, this girl is trying to give you something. Yes, these people are trying to get in your house. What are you doing to prevent that, especially if you have had decades of no?
How are we supposed to have options when they limit the options, sir? The black banks don't have nearly the capital that these other banks have. You know that. If that was the case, then black people would just be doing business with them. We've tried that. We tried to go the cash route. They said no. We do it their way. They still fuck with us. You know this. Again, white supremacy takes both sides of the argument.
Knowing that this is a problem. Decades of it. That knowing that these people are giving you things wrong. Wrong. I'm not trying to sit up there and keep working out deals with them. And to say, well, that's segregation or that's whatever the words you want to use. Well, of course it is. And it should be. And everybody else does it. Every other group, especially if they're trying to get power, it's what they do. Jews do it.
Bullshit. Bullshit. See how you lies? If that was the case, the Jewish artists would be dominating the world, and they don't. If that was the case, Asians would be a self-contained community all over the place. They wouldn't be in black neighborhoods. Every economy that's ever been created knows you have to go outside your borders to make profit. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a such thing called import-export. That's a disingenuous argument. When he's talking about segregation, he's talking about the system as it's presently constructed needs to go. And there's certain areas we need to be on ourselves. Yes, one of them is the economy, but we're not at the point yet where we're self-sustained. There's no self-sustained economy in this country. Because even though the Asians want to claim that they have one, they're still dealing with a white-controlled bank. It's just that they have Asian faces at the door, ready to work with you.
But let's be clear then. So you're saying that the vast majority of Asian businesses that were started in the 1970s, they were getting loans from other Asians? Obviously not. That's not how everybody does everything. Secondly, I didn't say that you said anything. What I said was that doesn't mean that it's not predatory. That doesn't mean that you said it's not predatory. I'm saying I'm creating my own clarification of my own intent that it's not. I mean, that doesn't invalidate the predatory nature of the thing. You don't have to interrupt me to tell me I didn't say that, because guess what? I never said you said it. I was saying it. Furthermore, earlier when you were speaking, because it's a clarification that needs to make sense, considering the fact that my initial point was about the predatory behavior. So if I'm saying this is predatory and you bring up a contention that doesn't invalidate the predatory nature, then my original point still stands, which is what I was trying to re-elucidate. But even if you did agree with me, you can let me finish speaking, and then you can go ahead. And if you agree, there's no reason to interrupt me. You said it earlier in your podcast. Lastly, earlier when you were talking, I repeatedly said I didn't say that, but then you went on and continued to speak, and then I literally waited until you were done, wrote out the note, and then afterwards responded. You could do the same thing, but if you're unwilling to do so, that's your prerogative. But now back to the original point.
And I said it to you.
No, earlier to you, and you went on to finish your point. It's in the VOD. Earlier you wanted to go and finish your point. But the point is, so then if we do agree then that there was intentional predatory,
and I don't. And then you cut me off when I was talking earlier.
You keep saying, okay, look, here's what happens. This is what happens consistently. I go to make a point. You interject in the middle of me making my point. Then I respond to your interjection, then go on to continue making my point. You interject again, and then I respond to your interjection, and then go on to make my point. And then you're telling me I'm being long-winded. Then I got you. Okay, I got you. So then here's the thing. Stop interrupting me, and I'll stop interrupting you, and then it won't be so long-winded.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so now the original point that I made was, if we understand that it's predatory, and first off, if the systems of power, and there were very few black banks, and they're not available everywhere, and not for every home loan. Some homes will literally be sold by specific banks, etc. And some lenders really will require you to use specific banks and qualify with specific lenders, etc. So if that's the case, it's not, you don't all have the option always of just going specifically and exclusively to the only black bank. I don't even know if they have the capital necessary to be able to fund that many loans, right? So the idea is, and no other group is exclusively working with only people within their whatever. That's not the way things work. Hispanic borrowers aren't only borrowing from Hispanics. Asians aren't only borrowing from Asians. Neither are Indians or any other ethnic group. So the fact is, black people wanted to buy property, and white supremacists preyed on black people in these systems, wiping out black wealth. If that's the case, and that happened even in 2009, and that means that there are people living today who are still victims of those things that need to be restored and repaired.
Okay, I can agree that, well, I don't think that they should be given something, because if I'm not mistaken, if they should be given something, they should have, this is going further back, closer than what slavery was. They should be able to go back now and sue and win each of those homeowners who had these predatory loans that were given to them, and they were racially discriminating against them by offering them loans that they could have had their lawyer look at, because in a risky loan, typically the interest rates are going to be higher, but they have the ability to be able to go have these things looked over and sue them and win and get their homes back.
Well, that sounds believable if you truly believe that individuals going up against a humongously large-scale bank are going to be successful. Like, litigation isn't so simple, especially when you have teams of incredibly powerful lawyers. We've seen these things play out time and time again, where it's very, very difficult to fund a lawyer, and it's hard to even buy the lawyer when all your wealth was wiped out because they literally stole a home from you or gave you a predatory loan. So now they're supposed to use this imaginary savings that they don't have anymore because they went up in the loans to generate these, to get this magical lawyer who is powerful enough to go against some of the most powerful institutions in the freaking country, dare I say the world, and win. They're supposed to just have all of these things at their disposal to try to get their justice. That's what you're saying should happen? Or do you think maybe it might make more sense, and it seems like to be the case, that the government would actually sue these institutions, recognize the damage, and then say, given the settlements that we've gotten, then we'll create the restoration, considering our government are the people who sanctioned and allowed this behavior to prey on you?
1, class action lawsuit. 2, if this is what you're saying, then that would go back to what I was saying about you.
They tried that, sir. It didn't work. Obama tried it. It didn't work. You just dismissed all that. A class action lawsuit takes a lot of money. Again, he goes back to his original point. If they don't have the wealth as a group, how are they going to hire the lawyer to do the class action lawsuit? You're talking filing fees, court costs, discovery costs, research costs, the team, because it can't be just one person doing it. The economic opportunity and the economic cost is staggering.
You said they legally can't do that, is what you said. That we got together and made it a law that they can't do things back then, when I said there wasn't very many blacks, so it took the whites. Now, all of a sudden, blacks who had no wealth and no lawyers then were able to change the laws of the land back then. But today, or excuse me, in the bubble of early 2000s, that same group of people that can beat their chest and say, legally, they can't do that to us, now can't do the same damn thing in the early 2000s. Now they too broke. But back then, they weren't too broke to change the laws. So then again, it goes back to what I said. If white people didn't do it for you, it didn't get done.
Just to be clear, the people who would be too broke are the people who had their homes foreclosed on and dumped their life savings into their properties, trying to hold on to these properties with these predatory loans. Yes, those individuals, or the individual you said should be doing these lawsuits, would be too broke. I don't know. I don't think it relates at all to any of the previous things we were talking about black legislators who were like involved in the Civil Rights Act passing. But yeah, these people would be too broke, sure.
And black legislators could literally do the same thing for those people. It's been done several times. The black legislators are more now than there was then. They could have done it. I then said again, a class action lawsuit. You even had a black president who could have done it. You could have had several different ways if what you're saying is true. Hell, we got it today. We're still trying to go back and get what? Reparations. So you mean to tell me one of those reparations wouldn't be all these blacks? Why does it have to be the blacks who were poor and couldn't afford it? Why is it that the blacks who got money didn't help them? Again, it's a winnable suit, and most people like funding winnable suits. There's a reason why the black people who were in jail got the thing called the Innocence Project to help get them out. They can't afford a lawyer. They've been in jail. They've been in jail for years, yet the Innocence Project comes in and helps.
That's a charity, sir. Oh, God. The Innocence Project is a charity. Oh, my God. Okay, sir. They're literally a charity, but all right. All right. Got it. Not a regular business. They're a charity. They have nonprofit. They have nonprofit. They have nonprofit status and nonprofit provisions. They rely solely on donations. But okay.
Don't know how it does it, but it does.
Because the Innocence Project is a nonprofit organization that works off of funding and generous donors, and so that's why they're able to do it without any money. Now, if a nonprofit organization was to come together and create a class action lawsuit, that could happen. But I'm saying instead of waiting on the generosity of individuals, it's the government's job to protect its citizens' goals and ambitions and to make sure that all Americans have the ability to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. And the fact of the matter is, when you have predatory behavior sanctioned by the government preventing these sorts of behaviors from happening, then that means the government is not operating within its own values, and therefore the government should take action to offset such damages. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the hell you're even talking about.
But they are operating under their own values if they've always been white supremacists.
So the ideals expressed within the Constitution and the ideals, the ideals and the values that they claim to ascribe to, those things clearly have not been done to the same for Black people as they have to white people. And so at this point, what we're appealing to is the notion that if we are a nation that believes that we can police other nations around the world, if we are going to be this emblem of justice and freedom and opportunity and all of the other good things that come from the most powerful nation in the world, it would make sense that we can't do so with the sin of systemic oppression and slavery that still impacts African Americans today, and then claim to be righteous and justice. That's what I would be saying. So if that's the case, then we probably need to go ahead and start doing things to offset those things. And if you're saying that those people aren't entitled to anything, then I guess I don't know where you draw the line at reparations. So then I would ask the question: do you feel that the Japanese deserve reparations that they received for being put into internment camps unnecessarily?
I don't think anyone deserves reparations.
So so you're saying you use the word deserve?
You use the word deserve.
Sure. Well, I'm sorry.
I don't think any of them deserved it. I don't think any of them are entitled to it.
Why would you? Okay. So you don't believe you don't believe in reparations at all then?
There's a difference between believe. You said entitled. It's a different word. I believe.
So I asked the question. So you don't. So you do.
I believe in sex. I'm not entitled.
Determining factor for whether reparations are given or not.
I don't listen to what I just said. I don't think anyone is entitled to it.
I heard what you said, and I responded with a question.
There is no factor except the person who's paying you. The person who's paying you. Because right now, when I talked to Judge Joe Brown today, and it is correct. One, what is the deal that you signed with the United States government? One. Two, if you signed a deal and they did not fulfill their end, you should have sued them. But you have this thing in the United States and in most countries where you can't sue them. They have this thing against that. You cannot sue them. So if you can't sue them, my thing is going off. Y'all have to forgive me. But if you cannot sue these people, then you're going to run into a bit of an issue because they then have to listen to what you're saying, and the statute of limitations is done.
Right. So then what I would be arguing is that morally, reparations are something that we should give, that people are entitled to if wrongs are given. I believe that a country that claims to be moral is morally responsible for making sure that they're doing fair and equitable treatment to their citizens. And if that's the case, then that would mean that reparations would be necessary in the places of harm. Just like, for example, I would say no one's entitled to an apology. You're never entitled to an apology. Is that the morally right thing that you would do? Based off the way that you're using Bible again. But is that the morally right thing that you should be doing? Absolutely. Right. So if for example, if I accidentally run into somebody's car, like sure, if I accidentally run into someone's car, I should apologize. I do believe that I should do that. And so because I should do that, and I would use the word entitled. But it seems like you have a kind of a strange relationship with the word entitlement. So
no, I know what the word means. And I don't know why you keep being sarcastic with me.
I didn't say you didn't know what the word means. I said you don't have a strange relationship.
I don't have a strange, sir, you said it seems like I have a strange relationship with it. What, knowing what it means?
No, that's not what I'm implying. What I'm saying is there
was no need to say I have a strange relationship with it.
Because I wanted to express that because that's how I felt. I wasn't trying to be derisive. What I was saying was to me, and with any other person I've ever used the word entitlement in these sort of scenarios, like I think there's a moral implication that somebody should do right, that should right their wrongs, and that's why we would use the word entitlement there. But apparently, for you would say that people should not right their wrongs. That would be me putting words in your mouth, right? But I don't think that you actually
righting their wrong means what if they feel like righting their wrong? You said if you hit somebody, what if you just felt like an apology was? If I step on your shoe, I don't feel like I should have to buy you new shoes. I feel like I can say I'm sorry, and that should be enough.
Okay. So
you're taking an extreme,
sorry, right? So then, in that case, would you feel that
America's already said that they were sorry for it?
In that case, would you feel that the other person?
When did America say they were sorry for slavery? When did they say this? You mean that bullshit Biden said? Oh Lord. I need somebody got to send me that link where the U.S. government apologized wholly for slavery. I need to see that. I've never seen that. Biden saying a flippant remark about the U.S. government should be sorry for reparations. That's not an apology. An apology would be reparations because y'all didn't say none. Y'all said sorry to the Japanese, but you still gave them a check. You said sorry to the Chinese who built the tunnels and you gave them a check. You said sorry to the Muslims after 9/11. You cut them a check. You said you helped facilitate France saying sorry to the Holocaust survivors they took and still help them get their check. Yeah, you can say sorry all you want. If he did that and was sincere, you still got to cut that check.
Person is entitled to an apology?
No, they're not entitled
That's
to
exactly
it. Still,
my
the
point.
person doesn't have to get. Look, you're entitled to what you signed for.
Yeah, so
that's what you're entitled to.
So I think that's why I said you have.
So they signed up for slavery. They signed up for slavery. I think that's what Tommy's trying to say. They signed up for slavery.
A different relationship with the word entitlement. I cannot imagine any other person I've ever spoken to would have an objection to the word entitlement being used in the same place as should. If you should do something, I'm hearing an echo. If you should do something, then the person who should receive the thing is entitled to that thing. That's how we would probably use the words. But apparently you don't want to use it that way, which is why I said you had a strange relationship with the word entitlement.
Because it means a legal right or just claim to receive or do something.
Just
I know what it means, and I use words very well. I like words. I like if I use words to not mean something else. I like it to mean what it means. So if you're going to use the word, then I'm going to use it for what it means.
Yeah,
it's a legal term.
I totally agree with you. It's not always legal. That is a definition, and part of it is legal. The other portion of it is a just claim. Remember earlier when I said morally it would be the right thing to do? That would be the just claim. If I'm saying as a moral nation, you should be doing this thing, that would be my just moral claim. So I'm using that portion of the definition. But you have a strained relationship with the word entitlement, as you do deserve. That's why I said that earlier.
And you have a strange relationship with the idea that you can tell the United States what they should feel is morally right, because that is an ambiguous word.
So I'm not saying what I personally can tell the United States. What I'm claiming is that I can argue something. I'm making an argument. The argument is that this is what would be morally just. If you did wrong, you should right your wrongs. I think everyone always agrees with like that. That's a basic truism that all of us should be able to agree with. So if all of us should, if you should be righting your wrongs, and the government has done something that is morally wrong, and I don't imagine you would say that the predatory behavior of those banks was morally wrong, I mean, wasn't morally wrong, then if that's the case, something should be done to offset it. But it's not just the banks themselves. It would also be the government whose job is to protect its citizens and has already been paid hundreds of millions, sometimes hundreds of billions of dollars in settlements from the largest banks and lenders in this country. If they've received that money, then they should be ensuring that that money goes back to the people who lost their wealth. All of the things that the government sanctioned that negatively impacted its citizens is a violation of its own moral precepts and codes. There comes the should thing. So therefore, the people who were violated are entitled or deserve the reparations for the damages that have been caused.
So then let's just go to women. Their moral, whatever that was, when they made the Constitution, women weren't allowed to enjoy that either. Mm-hmm. They had to go through a whole women's movement. Yep. So at that point, what were they given? The women who were mistreated all those years, what were they given back as reparations?
So for reparations, a lot of times it needs to be directly tied towards what I would say some sort of economic justice. If we're talking about those types of reparations, what women are given now, they're given affirmative action. They've been given Title IX. They've been given plenty of things in order to offset the damages caused by the previous systemic injustices against them, which is why, as it is now, women are the largest benefactors of or beneficiaries of affirmative action to date. Women are the largest beneficiaries. Women get lighter sentences when it comes to prison. They aren't treated as harshly within those things. Women are given plenty of opportunities in these various ways, specifically to offset the damages that have been caused to them. So I would make the argument that yes, we should probably be doing something to repair injustices that were previously done, and we are doing so. So I would say if we're doing so for women, if we did the reparations for Japanese Americans, even though you say they weren't entitled or didn't deserve it, if we did it twice, by the way, if we did reparations for Native Americans in various occasions, and we're doing all of these different things where we're saying, hey, wrong has been done, and we're going to right these wrongs by giving you extra benefits and things like that. If we've done that repeatedly, I don't know why we would say Black Americans are entitled to it when we've received some of the most egregious forms of the systemic injustice of any groups in this country.
Women did not, which was my question, but I didn't cut you off and say you have a strange relationship. Women did not receive reparations. The things that you claim that women received, Blacks have received them. As a matter of fact, Blacks were the first ones that were receiving them, and then we started letting the gays and everybody else come in and join in on the fun. But it was for us. Sure. It's been a lot of things that Blacks have been given in this United States.
It was intended for us, but it didn't specifically.
There we go. So I was the wrong one who was cutting people off. Now again, y'all.
Go ahead. I thought there was a pause. There was a pause. There was a pause. Please continue your point. There was a pause, but continue your point.
No. I was still talking.
There was a pause. But continue your point.
It's funny. when you're talking to someone, and if they
all right, I don't want to hear no more. Like, you gonna get on one of these diatribes. So that was it. Yeah, it was that. I know that was tedious to get through. My bad. It's not hard to advocate for black people. It's not. I get it. You want to hit the money from everywhere. Yeah. I include him in this family because this is how you do not promote black conservatism. We are not. I get it. You guys think that we're just voters. I get that. We showed y'all just how much power we had last November, but again, y'all need a refresher course. I get it. Y'all need a refresher course. You gonna get that next year. You're gonna get that next year. But we're gonna move on, family, and go to the second video. Oh, yes, Van Lathan. Van Lathan and his co-host Rachel Lindsay talked to Larry Elder, family. You thought the first one was, wait till you hear this one, fair use.
Introduce your friend. You called him that in the interview.
I did not say he was my friend.
You said, my friend. Donnie? Did you not?
I can't remember.
Oof, I gotta run it back.
You definitely did.
Oof.
And when you
Oof.
find it, play it right here.
I'm asking you, my friend. Higher Learning and Larry Elder, presidential candidate on the other side of this break. Okay. We have our first presidential candidate on Higher Learning. If that is still the status of who Larry Elder
That smile gonna be gone in about 10 minutes, family.
is, we'll talk of what Larry Elder is doing. We'll talk about that in a second. Larry Elder is joining us on Higher Learning today. Larry, how are you, my man?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, look, I expect that we're going to disagree on some things in this interview. So I wanted to start off with something I feel like the three of us can agree on, okay? Is that all three of us have a special love for black people, for black Americans. And so I just want you to talk about that for a second. Why do you love black people?
Well, I love people, and I want people to be able to.
Van Lathan is an asshole. GMS show, what up, though? I appreciate you let me say playing this last night. I said I gotta get a piece of this. Van Lathan is an asshole. DJ James, hello, you seem new. No, this is not a conservative station. No, we don't play ideological spectrums around here. I'll prove it to you. I live by this code right here. Where is it? Where's my code?
Let me tell you something, man. You see a thing named police, politician. Me not trust none of them boy, the road boy. Remember.
One more time.
You see a thing named police, politician. Me not trust none of them boy, the road boy. Remember.
We don't do that over here. Everybody gets it. Well, I'm glad you asked the question. Yes, GMS, yes. Van Lathan is an asshole for that question, but I like it. Keeps him on the toes. But let's go.
Realize a God-given potential.
For black people, for black Americans. And so I just want you to talk about that for a second. Why do you love black people?
Well, I love people, and I want people to be able to realize their God-given potential. And I think in the case of black people, a lot of black people are misled by so-called black leadership. I think we need to raise our game. I think a lot of black people mistakenly believe that we're being held back because of systemic racism. When in fact, what's holding us back are things like lack of fathers in the home, poor urban schools because we don't have school choice. The lie that America remains systemically racist is also causing the cops to pull back. And as a result, we have more crime than we otherwise would have. So my goal is always to tell people that we're free, that people fought and died in order for us to be at this level where we are free. And we should take advantage of the freedoms that America has given us. And I think black people need to do that. And that's one of the things that I feel very strongly about. My father.
So does that answer why you love black people?
Yeah, I want to make sure because I think sometimes.
I love people, Jim.
but I know love people, but like you're a black man. You talk a lot about your father and the experience that your father had coming from Athens, Georgia, the things that he did to make it in America, and some of the obstacles that he overcame. And his story, while an American story, is also a specifically Black American story. And so I'm just wondering, because I've also heard you say that you don't like being called the black face of white supremacy or what other people have called you. I've heard you say that. So right now, you do have a special love in your heart, a special cultural connection to Black people. Do you or do you not?
Well, I am a Black person. I was raised in South Central Los Angeles. My father was raised in Jim Crow South. So obviously there's a special connection, a special experience, a special history. But in general, I love people. I'm a God-fearing person. And I want every single person to realize his or her God-given potential.
Okay. Van kind of alluded to this when he was giving your introduction. So I'll just say this in a general sense before we get into it and where you are in regards to whether or not you're still running for president and with the second debate coming up and all of that. Why should people continue to talk to Larry Elder? Seeing where you are right now in the race, they didn't allow you to come on the first debate stage, and we'll get into that. Why should people continue to talk to Larry Elder?
Well, I didn't make the first debate stage, in my opinion, Rachel, because I got shafted. I met all the debate criteria. They required me to have 40,000 individual donors. I did. And to submit 3 polls where I was at 1% or better, and I did. And a few hours after the deadline, I get a phone call from the chairwoman of the GOP, Ronna McDaniel, and she says you're not qualified because one of the polls you submitted is not usable because it's affiliated with Donald Trump. And I said, assuming that's true, what's my problem? And she said, well, the rules stipulate that any poll affiliated with any candidate cannot be used by any other candidate. And the rules do say that. However, Rasmussen then put out a statement and said, we're not affiliated with Donald Trump. So had I picked up the phone before I submitted the poll and called Rasmussen and said, by the way, I want to make sure you're not affiliated with any candidate, they would have said we're not. And so as far as I was concerned, I got shafted. The Rasmussen poll.
Why didn't you just submit the 4th poll, Larry? Sounds like the system went against you, sir. You got into a bitch fit. Family, remember, this man got into a bitch fit because he couldn't get on that stage and flew to Milwaukee looking like the Silver Ranger from Power Rangers in Space. Talking about he was going to sue the RNC and sue Fox News so they don't have the debate, which would have taken millions of dollars out of their pocket. But as he's going to say later, family, there's no systemic racism. There's no system stopping people from succeeding in this country. Okay.
It's a respected poll. It's been used by a Republican for a very long time. It was one of the most accurate ones at predicting that Donald Trump was going to win in 2016. And after I found out I couldn't use that poll, I submitted the 4th poll. And the GOP said you submitted it too late. And it's true, I submitted it after the deadline, but I didn't realize I needed to submit another one, A, and B, they concluded the polling before the deadline. So as far as I'm concerned, there was a sufficient amount of wiggle room that the RNC, the GOP could have put me up there had they wanted to. And not only, Rachel, that I'm not allowed to go to the participate in the debate, I was not allowed to go into the arena. They put a sign at the door and said, don't let Elder or his campaign team come in.
That sounds hilarious.
Who cares?
They stopped you at the door, my G. They had the sign said, do not serve this man. He tried to say, yeah, I'm Larry Elder. The security guard come outside talking about something.
Yo, fuck nuts.
You better go back to your hotel, nigga. But there ain't no racism, right? All right.
So I guess now I'm on the RNC terror watch list. As to whether or not I'm still running, as of this moment I am. The next debate is on Wednesday, and we got to have 3 polls where I'm at 3% or better. And in a few hours, I'll know whether or not I meet that criteria. Also, I've got to have 50,000 individual donors as opposed to 40,000 the first time, and I've already exceeded that. So we'll see. I think right now it's a coin toss. Why do people still listen to Larry Elder? Real simple. I've got the same kind of America First, Make America Great Again agenda that Donald Trump has, but I'm bringing forth some issues that I believe our side is not talking enough about, if at all. Number one, I feel the most important pressing domestic problem in America is the epidemic of fatherlessness. It's particularly acute in the Black community, where nearly 70% of Black kids now in the world without a father in the home.
Larry, you still telling that lie that you got from the white boys. What if I told you that number reversed in 35 years? 70% of Black kids are living and being raised by both parents in the home, sir. But y'all don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about the CDC, who don't like us, putting out There's a study that says black fathers are the most active in the country. Don't want to talk about that. Sir, we have seen the epidemic of father-led homes, sir. Oh, y'all don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about it. Sir, someone is sitting in the White House right now who was in their son's life, and he's being investigated. They just came out with a report, said that his son got $250,000 in wire from Beijing. Guess what? The son listed the father's address. You talked about that. But guess what? Trump has sons, and they out of line. They say some of the most egregious shit online, but you let that pass. You might even like the comments. Sir, black fathers have always tried their best to be the optimal parent. We know the government does not want that because the government understands that a strong black father in the home does not, I repeat, does not churn out bad apples. Now we know there are outliers. We get that. But just to prove that stat I told you about, that there's 70% of black kids are growing up with both parents, since you want to tell that lie. Sir, y'all love promoting that 13% of the population, 52% of the violent crime stat bullshit. Sir, did y'all, along with your white supremacist buddies, yes, Tori, I'm still alive. I'm gonna let you, if y'all want to come up on this Larry Elder, let me know. That stat I just told y'all, 70% of black children are growing up with both parents. Since Larry doesn't want to promote that, and that's gonna come up later. Y'all should check the FBI stats too. Violent crime with black folks dropped 4 percentage points in the last 2 years. While we have even less resources than we had prior to the scamdemic. Larry, why didn't you promote that stat? It's out there, sir. It's on a page called Black Success. You're a lawyer, so you're good with numbers because you have to calculate your fee when you scam folks. But I'm just saying, why didn't you promote that stat, sir? Hey, Larry Elder, you sat with Trump a few times at the White House. Why didn't you bring up the epidemic of fatherlessness in the country? Because we've all listened to Trump talk for 4 years. Matter of fact, 6 years, technically. He never mentioned fatherlessness, not one time. Now, family, maybe somebody can point me to it, but I've never heard him talk about lack of fathers in the home, not one time. I made mistakes, and my daddy was in my life. Larry Elder, your father was in your life, and you were smacking around white women. God damn, I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to hell. Not your wife, your ex-fiance. You allegedly smacked her around and flashed a gun, allegedly. Now I ain't supposed to talk about that. Okay. Continue.
Married to the mother. And nobody, not Republicans, not Democrats, talking about this. The other big thing.
My bad. I didn't mean to stop it. You don't have to be married to the mother to raise your kids. Y'all only want men to marry these women because you need stats. That's it. Y'all don't want to give no credit to black men co-parenting. If it works for them, respect it. But you don't have kids, Larry, so why should you care about fatherlessness?
that I am bringing to the table is a need for an amendment to the Constitution to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP. Otherwise, they're going to get bigger and bigger, whether Republicans are in charge or Democrats are in charge, largely because what's driving the budget for the most part are the so-called entitlements programs that even Bill Clinton and Barack Obama referred to as unsustainable. But if you're a politician and you run promising to reform Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid, you will lose election because the other side will accuse you of not caring about the sick, the poor, the elderly. So the only way to make these kinds of reforms and true cuts is with a law that forces the politicians to do it. The other big thing I talk about is a lie that America remains systemically racist. It's not only a lie that Democrats push in order to get black people scared so they vote Democrat, it's getting people killed. It's called the Ferguson effect or the George Floyd effect. And that's a phenomenon of cops pulling back in every major city. And as a result, there are...
Did he just say Colin Ferguson?
Is with a law that forces politicians to do it. The other big thing I talk about is a lie that America remains systemically racist. It's not only a lie that Democrats push in order to get black people scared so they vote Democrat, it's getting people killed. It's called the Ferguson effect or the George Floyd effect. And that's a phenomenon.
Okay. Okay. You conservatives are pieces of shit. Sorry, I'm eating on Doritos, so I shut my mic off. You conservatives are a piece of shit. I hope y'all understand what I just played for you, family. Larry Elder and all these conservatives, especially the white ones, because they're the most egregious with it, they're saying black life doesn't matter. They're literally telling you this. He's literally sitting in front of two black people. Look at the looks on their faces when he said that. The George Floyd effect. The black conservatives on TV, YouTube, and social media are telling you that it's okay to take a black man's life on film for 9 minutes because of what he's alleged to do. I don't give a shit if he, A, had a fake bill, B, he had fentanyl in his system, C, put a gun on a pregnant woman's stomach. I don't give a shit what that man did. If y'all care about law and order, then y'all should have had him arrested. But if you're going to sit up here on platforms and say that that man deserved what he got, because that's basically what Larry Elder and the rest of them saying, he deserved what he got. You're really about to tell us you're cool with watching a 9-minute snuff film online because the person who did it you don't like. Cool. Then I'm sorry to say, then Ethan Limerick or whatever his name is, he deserved what he got because he played a stupid game, played a stupid prize. Let's keep it equal across the board. If y'all are gonna be cheering DeSantis for giving $1 million, helping $1 million end up in Daniel Penny's hands, then I don't feel anything when one of them get knocked off. I don't. I really do not. I don't care. You can't sit up here and say when it happens to somebody that's not black that we all should be outraged. And I don't know if people peep this. I think Torian's probably peeped, and GMS, you've probably peeped this too. They running around saying, where's all the demonstrations for Ethan? Dumbasses, read the case. He fucked around and found out. Leave people alone. Karma met him that day. He invited Karma over. She was on her period that day. She didn't want to fuck with him. And he pushed it. And he ended up getting what he got. That's why one of them got off. The other two only doing 2 years. That's the law. But y'all are cool with George Floyd getting killed. Y'all are cool with Breonna Taylor getting killed. I don't feel bad for any of your white criminals then getting killed. I don't feel bad if we're going to play that game. I don't think y'all want us to play that game. I don't think so. Because if we're going to play that game, y'all's Ashley Babbitt should have known right from wrong, should have went in that building, and she wouldn't have, as Jackie Chan said in Rush Hour in the bloopers, she caught your bullet, caught your bullet. She want to caught your bullet. Do you want to play that game? I don't think y'all do. I would be careful of what you talk about.
Pulling back in every major city, and as a result, there were thousands of people who were dead in the last 2 years who otherwise would not have been killed if the police had been doing their normal proactive policing. And finally, the issue that I'm bringing forth, I know Republicans support school choice, but I don't think they made the case of how bad urban American K-12 education is. For example, one city, Baltimore, there were 13 public high schools in Baltimore, I kid you not, where 0% of the kids can do math at grade level. Another half.
White people run Baltimore, sir. Don't give me that there's black faces. White people run Baltimore, sir.
Doesn't really 1% can. That's half of all the public high schools in Baltimore. Either 0% or just 1% of the kids can do math at grade level. And guess what? They're all located in the inner city. So these are the kinds of things that Larry Elder is bringing to the table. And if I'm not the party nominee, if I can get the nominee to begin talking about these things, I've done my job for my party. And more importantly, I've done my job for my country. That's why I'm doing this.
And you had 30 years to say all this, and you never came up with a solution yet.
I want to do a really quick follow-up. Something that you said about the RNC and them not letting you into not only just the debate stage, but even into the arena. You've also said that you believe that the RNC is rigged and it's unfit to lead the GOP. And you made another statement about that you make them uncomfortable. So my question is, do you think the RNC respects you? Because it sounds like they don't.
No, I don't think they do. I don't think, I think I give them heartburn. I think I give them heartburn for the reasons I just now mentioned. Right now.
Here's an idea, Larry, since you think they don't respect you, how about you just become an independent, sir? I think that would help. It would give you less agita. You should go online in California today, before the debate, because they're not going to let you in. So there ain't no point in going up to Simi Valley. You should change your party affiliation to independent. It would make news. I mean, us down here, we all say it in unison.
Who cares?
But it would make news, and it would show us that you actually have some integrity out here. I mean, very minuscule, but you show you about this life. Okay, I'm sorry, family. I said Larry Elder integrity. I understand. Most of y'all are doing this. I know.
Now, for example, we're facing a government shutdown, and the GOP is proposing some modest cuts. They want to take a pocket knife to a problem that I believe requires a machete. That's why I alone am proposing an amendment to fix spending to a certain percentage of the GDP. I think that's a conversation that makes them feel uncomfortable. I also think it makes them feel uncomfortable about how blunt I am about how the Democrats manipulate black people by playing the race card. For example, recently at Howard University, about how the Democrats manipulate black people by playing the race card. For example, recently at Howard University, Joe Biden gave a commencement address, and he said the number one threat to the homeland was white supremacy. Are you kidding me? According to the Anti-Defamation League that keeps track of how many people are killed every year by extremists, last year there were 25 people killed by extremists out of over 20,000.
The Anti-Defamation League? The Anti-Defamation League. You mean the people who committed one of the biggest hate hoaxes last year? Them. Or not one but two black men? You're going to cite them saying that there's no white supremacy when they're operating in it quite effectively? Larry Elder, it just came out today that AIPAC, shout out to Professor Black Truth, AIPAC is fucking with the CBC. Now, we ain't got no love over here for the congressional black cuck asses. We ain't got no love for them. But that should be a warning sign, sir. And you know why? Because AIPAC's been paying CBC members. They've been donating for a while, especially the last year. And you're really about to tell us there's no white supremacy. That's not the biggest threat in this country. Okay. White supremacy, one of their paragons, Ronna McDaniel, a white woman, kept your black ass off the stage, sir. Because they already had one coon up there, Tim Scott, but okay. Got it. Why didn't my screen just...
Now, if you want to play that game, most murder is same race murder.
Why did my screen just turn blue?
white people who are murdered by the whites. Most black people who are murdered by the blacks. However, every year there are about 750 interracial black-white homicides. 500 white people killed by blacks, 250 black people killed by whites, even though whites have a much bigger percentage of the population.
Fun.
Now, Donald Trump cited those stats I just now gave you, went to a college, gave a commencement exercise, and said the number one threat to the homeland is black supremacy. You and I would denounce him as a race-hustling demagogue and should denounce him as a race-hustling demagogue. But Biden says it, nobody says a word. A few weeks ago, a racist white man murdered 3 black people in Jacksonville, Florida. And Biden made a statement about it, as you would expect him to do so. However, about 2 or 3 months ago, a black man got a gun, went up to a white man he didn't know in Tulsa, Oklahoma, shot him in the back of the head, went to another part of Tulsa, Oklahoma, saw another white guy, pulled out the gun, shot him in the back of the head, killed them both, and admitted he did it because they were white. Biden didn't say one word about that. Even though when he made the comment about Jacksonville, he said silence in the face of that kind of hatred makes you complicit. Well, Biden was silent when the black man executed 2 white men in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Does that make him complicit? I have said that. I tweeted this. To my knowledge, nobody else in the GOP said it or even talked about it. And I'm making very, I think, pointed comments about the way the Democrats play the race card that I think makes the Republican Party feel uncomfortable. So your long answer to your question is, do I feel respected? No, I don't.
We'll come to some of our disagreements about some of the things that you're saying right now in a second. But before we get to that, I want to stay on you as a candidate for president. What do you feel about your message? What do you feel about your message, should I say, that isn't resonating with GOP voters? Because I'm looking at polling and you're polling below 1%, right? In a lot of the aggregate polls that I see. Is it a possibility that what's turning people off about Larry Elder and the GOP?
Why my screen did that? I don't know why the screen did that. Let me just restart.
The way the Democrats play the race card that I think makes the Republican Party feel uncomfortable. So your long answer to your question is, do I feel respected? No, I don't.
We'll come to some of our disagreements about some of the things that you're saying right now in a second. But before we get to that, I want to stay on you as a candidate for president. What do you feel about your message? What do you feel about your message, should I say, that isn't resonating with GOP voters? Because I'm looking at polling and you're polling below 1%, right? In a lot of the aggregate polls that I see. Is it a possibility that what's turning people off about Larry Elder and the GOP is that whether or not you're talking about it in the correct way or not, that you're talking too much about black people? You're talking about fatherlessness and you're talking about that epidemic as it exists in Black America.
I fuck with Van Lathan. I do. This interview, I fucked with him on that. I'm still a little iffy on him, but I fuck with him on this. He's basically telling Larry, you're not appealing. You're no different than anybody we done heard already. We don't want to look to you about black problems. We don't want to hear from you. Enough. White people are telling you right now in the middle of an election cycle, I don't want to hear shit about black people. Tough shit for them because it's going to get worse in the next year. But they're telling you, Larry, give us something new. Okay? We already got DeSantis doing anti-black shit. We're cool with that. We've got Nikki Haley talking shit about black people. We're cool with that. We don't like Mike Pence, but at least he pushed back on Kamami during the election. So there's that, even though he's a goddamn traitor. That's what they're saying, not my words. Tim Scott, he's an approved black. Chris Christie, he was in a governor's seat in a state with a whole bunch of black people. And he did what he did with him, but okay, he's cool. Trump's not there. And we have Ramen Noodles, who's anti-black every day, all day, even though we don't want to admit he's anti-black all day, every day, twice on Sunday, 4 times on a holiday. Because he'll expose us being racist as well. What are you doing differently, sir? We want to hear solutions because we've heard no solutions from any of these people. People talking about they want to get rid of organizations and bureaus and all this. That's not a solution. We want solutions how to get out of this bullshit. After we defeat Biden, what are you going to do as president? That's what they want to hear. They haven't heard it yet, except from Trump.
You're talking about schools and how that's affecting Black America. You're talking about all of these things. A lot of people feel like you're denigrating Black people. There's also a possibility that you're talking too much about black people, and therefore the party that you represent and the power base that you represent is uninterested in what it is that you're saying. And if it's not that, why isn't Larry Elder's message resonating with GOP voters?
Is that a question?
I'm asking you, yeah. Why isn't it, like, what about your message isn't resonating with GOP voters?
Well, there are a number of ways to respond to that. The first thing is there's a guy in the race who's dominating the race. He's dominating everybody, including Larry Elder and Will Hurd and Asa Hutchinson and everybody else who's in the race, including Ron DeSantis. His name is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the 10,000-pound elephant in the room. He's box office. He's a rock star, and he's overwhelmingly dominating this race. So there are other people who have lower numbers than I have who are not talking about the same kind of issues that I'm talking about. So the real reason why I'm so behind and why Ron DeSantis is so behind and the others are so behind is because of a gentleman named Donald Trump that a lot of the base respects a great deal. And
I respect Larry. I'm not, just real quick, I'm not asking why you guys are behind. Nobody's going to beat Trump. This is a formality. Donald Trump is the Republican nominee for the GOP. I'm talking about the lack of support for you in particular. You have
Van Lathan gets it. Van Lathan gets it. I don't want to talk to him. Computer robots. I've got nothing to talk to that man about. I've got nothing to talk to that man about. I did my duty. I listened to that man. I don't care. We've got nothing to talk about because he's going to do the same thing he did with Fanatiq. We're diametrically opposed on reparations. We're diametrically opposed on white supremacy. I got nothing to talk to him about. But Larry, the reason why your message is not resonating, you can blame Trump all you want. Nobody wants to hear from you, sir. People don't like you, and you're finding this out. Your own state doesn't like you, sir. If they made you the presumptive candidate, let's just say, by the grace of the coon gods, they made you elder versus Biden, even though you're both elders, because you're only 7 years apart. Biden can already count on New York, Illinois, and California. You would get landslided badly. They want people like rematches. They want to see Trump and Biden go at it. And Trump is the only person right now that could possibly turn New York or California or Illinois red. He's the only one. None of these other people they don't have the charisma to pull that off.
Just real quick, I'm not asking why you guys are behind. Nobody's going to beat Trump. This is a formality. Donald Trump is the Republican nominee for the GOP. I'm talking about the lack of support for you in particular. You have
I just told you that I have higher numbers than some of the other ones, including Asa Hutchinson, who's not talking about the same kind of issue that I'm talking about.
Asa Hutchinson is just a fill out name, sir. Nobody's taking Asa Hutchinson serious. Come on. Who's taking Will Hurd serious? Who's taking Burgum serious? That's why I called my show, the debate, what I called it, the second job interview. DeSantis wants to be either Secretary of State or in some form of fashion, because we know they're not getting rid of the Department of Education. He wants to be the czar over that. Larry Elder, you want a job. You want to be the HUD secretary. So you can be over the poor blacks. Come on. We know what this is, sir. You're polling very low and people don't want to hear you because you're a garbage person. Van Lathan is basically telling you very nicely as a brother, they don't like you, Mr. Black Man. And you've been in such a gray and black bubble for years. You don't want to see that. You don't want to come to that realization. You're an old fossil. They don't want to hear from you. Why would they want to hear from Larry Elder? They could just go listen to Amala Ekpanobi or Candace Owens, who are damn near 40 years younger than you.
So there are other people that have less support than I have, and others who have more support than I have. But overwhelmingly, the leader in our party right now is Donald Trump, and that's the 10,000-pound elephant.
Particularly as it relates to systemic racism. You don't believe that systemic racism exists. You believe that it did exist, but it doesn't exist now.
We had something called slavery. We had something called Jim Crow.
Right,
of course. Today, right now,
it doesn't exist.
Tell me where systemic racism exists, please. I'm asking you.
There are a couple of, every single measure of American society, there exists a disparity between black people and white people, right?
Disparity and systemic racism are two different things.
So I'll ask you this then.
There's a disparity in the NBA regarding the number of black players versus white players.
Shut up. Now we're going to go to the NBA. Because NBA represents America. So we're going to go to the NBA. Why didn't you mention the NFL, sir? Oh, because the NBA to y'all on the right is the thug sport, right? That's the thug sport. Never mind the fact that a decade and a half ago, football was out of control. But how many of them were getting arrested? And it's just so funny that all those fucking arrests of NFL players stopped when they renegotiated their TV rights. It's just funny how that happened, right?
There's lots of disparity.
I get it.
Disparity.
What I'm asking you, though,
in things like STEM, cell research, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, there are lots of disparities. Disparity and systemic racism are two very different things. Where, in your opinion, can a black person not succeed in America today because he's black?
Okay, so let's go back to the root of it. Let's go back to the root of it. So what I'm asking you is, if there is not systemic racism, how does Larry Elder explain those disparities?
Tell me what disparity you're talking about.
What will it be? Home ownership, black maternal mortality, whether it be wealth,
let's talk
education.
about,
like if not for systemic racism, how do you explain those disparities?
Let's talk about home ownership. If the argument is that people who have less money are less likely to own homes than people who have more money, then you're right. There's also a great deal of white poverty, more poor white people in America than there are poor black people. But if you're telling me that a black person with a given...
There's a greater raw number. There's a greater raw number because white people outnumber black people in America by a large degree. If we're talking about a percentage or proportionate number of people who are low income, then obviously we both know that that's not true. So when you say that there are more poor white people in America than there are more poor black people, then we only make up 13% of the population. But if we're talking about numbers and percentages, and whether it be in unemployment, whether it be in poverty, black people disproportionately represent those numbers. If the playing field is completely equal and all the opportunity is there for everyone, I'm simply asking you, why aren't we doing as well as our white counterparts?
Why aren't we doing as well as our white counterparts? Because white people haven't stood still. Black people come out of slavery at the be doing as well as our white counterparts. Because white people haven't stood still.
I'm gonna play that one more time.
Black people, why aren't we doing as well as our white counterparts? Because white people haven't stood still.
So what the fuck do you think black people were doing the whole time, sir? Oh, we were running in place. That's what we were doing. Hey, cousins from the soil. Y'all have been running in place for decades, and white people have just been forging ahead. That's what he said. While white people were making all these advancements, black people were just shuffling their feet and dancing and eating ribs and making blaxploitation movies and worrying about getting into Hollywood the whole time and you know, just shooting and killing each other. That's what black society has been doing while every other race has been going forward, according to Larry Elder. One more time, family, because I want y'all to make sure. I want to make sure y'all hear everything this man just said.
All the opportunity is there for everyone. I'm simply asking you, why aren't we doing as well as our white counterparts?
Why aren't we doing as well as our white counterparts? Because white people haven't stood still. Black people come out of slavery at the end of the Civil War. White people were ahead. White people are ahead right now. The only way for black people to, quote, catch up is for white people to stand still. They're not standing still. Or are black people making progress? Hell yes. 1940, 87% of black people lived under the poverty line. 20 years later, 1960, that number had fallen to 47. That's a 40-point drop in 20 years. That is, by the way, the greatest 20-year period of economic expansion in the history of black America. Now, why did that happen? Because it was rare in 1940 for a black kid to be raised without a father in the home, married to the mother. Only 17% of black kids fit that category. Today, it's almost 70% of black kids coming in the world without a father in the home, married to the mother. That accounts.
You don't have to be married to the mother to raise your children, sir. Again, you don't have to be married to the mother to raise your children. If that was the case, the CDC never would have said black fathers are the most active. They wouldn't even publish those stats. Sir, respectfully. You're parroting bullshit white talking points, sir. White people are going through it as well, sir. Sir, we've seen white people commit suicide over not losing custody of their kids and having to pay outrageous child support and alimony, sir. We've seen other groups shoot their ex-spouse. Y'all took the fathers out of the homes. The father said, fine, we're going to co-parent. And it's worked well more than it hasn't worked. So then y'all said, okay, we're going to throw your asses in jail. And these people still come out of jail and still be parents. You throw shit at us and we make something of it. Now it's cool. Remember, they said it was not cool to co-parent. Now all of a sudden it's cool to co-parent. People like, oh yeah, you got all them Karens and Kens talking about, oh, it's great. You know, I don't like that bitch, but you know what? We're gonna do it for the kids. Oh my God, it's like my fucking ex-husband. He was such an asshole. All he did was cheat, but he's such a fucking great father to the kids. He's such a great father. He's there for everything. But when black people do it, oh, you're supposed to do that. White people, they give them a fucking parade. All right.
For far more disparity than any kind of racial incident or racial analysis that you want to put forth. That's what the problem is. We began doing very well until the so-called war on poverty in the mid-'60s. Lyndon Johnson launched it, I believe, with the best of intentions. But since then, we've incentivized women to marry the government. We've incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. Numbers of black people entering the world without a father in the home has now been almost triple from what it was in the mid-'60s. And by the way, it's also true among white households. It's almost triple since it was in the mid-'60s. You give people an incentive to behave in a certain kind of way where they become dependent upon government, you're going to have more of that kind of behavior. So the policies that many people have pursued have hurt black people in the last several generations.
Larry, according to that example that you just gave about white people not staying still and black people having to basically catch up, if that's the case, according to your example, we'll never catch up.
Well, collectively, probably not. But individually, can individuals do well? Of course. If you go to school, don't have a kid before you're 20 years old. Get married first. Get a job. Excuse me?
No, go ahead. Finish. We're listening to you.
Is there a problem?
No, just keep going.
Larry, we're listening to you. Go for it. Go, get your shit off.
According to the Brookings Institution, which is a left-wing think tank, they've got something, millennial success sequence. Finish school. Don't have a kid before you're 20. Get married first. Get a job. Keep a job. Don't wait to get another job. Avoid the criminal justice system. You will not be poor. If you don't follow that formula, there's a very good chance you will be poor. Why is that so shocking, Rachel?
It's not, she's not. I don't think she's shocked. Larry, I know you want to fight, but like for us, like we're because listen.
No.
Hey, Larry, brother, and we all brothers.
Answering your question, you're proceeding it.
Right.
By the way, Larry, I know you don't want to tell white folk this. I'll tell the family. Y'all do know that child support cases have dropped over the last 25 years, right? Y'all do know this, right? They've been consistently dropping. I'll put the link in the chat. Y'all can go look at that. Oh, by the way, Larry, since you're not a man of students, you're not a man that will teach students correctly. You're not a man of stats. Sir, that's from Health and Human Services, the government. Yeah, you could look that up.
We're trying to understand you. So okay, cool. So we disagree about some of the numbers and the things that you've thrown out. Okay.
What number do you disagree with? What I said that
I disagree with the fact. I disagree with the fact that the Democrats or Lyndon B. Johnson said, "Hey, we're going to incentivize poverty," and black people just went, "We don't want our families anymore." And not only do I disagree.
Is that what I said? He said.
Well, what you said,
with the best of intentions,
with the best of intentions, right? With the best of intentions, he tried to help, and then we said, okay, well, since the government's going to be our dad, then we don't want our dads in the homes anymore. We don't want a family anymore. I disagree with that, okay? And so this is what I believe.
Did I say black people don't want a family?
So, but you're insinuating.
What I said was we gave these incentives.
I know, but Larry,
you said he gave them the incentives with the best of intentions. How are you talking for that white man? You don't know what that white man was about, and that white man was racist. I don't think you want to do that, Larry. Do not attach yourself. You sound like Donna Brazile, sir. Donna Brazile famously said that LBJ was the best president of her lifetime, sir. Just because he signed legislation that was already in the works, because the president that was before him was shot and killed. We wouldn't have known LBJ if JFK survived.
The same disincentive that whites have followed as well.
I know, but Larry, what I'm saying is,
that's what I said.
Okay, so
describe what I said.
I know. So what I'm saying is, I'll put it like this: when the notion is that, hey, the government came through with a program, and then black men en masse left their homes, and black women decided that we are not going to have men in the home in large portions and part and parcel all over the country because we want money from the government. That makes it seem like, hold on for a second. I know what you're going to say. That makes it seem.
No, you don't know what I'm going to say, Dan.
I do.
You know what I'm going to say. Why don't you just have the interview by yourself without me sitting here? You know
that actually, that would be fine. But look,
no idea.
but look, so that to me says, hey, the black people made the decision either intentionally or subconsciously to forego family in order to bring the government into their household. I'm deducing that from what you're saying. Now, this is what I believe happened. Larry. I believe coming out of slavery into Reconstruction, black Americans did what they were supposed to do. They went out and bought large tracts of land everywhere. In the 1910s in this country, black people owned more land than they do now. They attempted to do America in the way that America said that it should be done. They opened up banks. They opened up schools. They had hospitals all over the place. And through two things, both of them systemic, one of them just outwardly violent and racist, white terrorism and usury being in the form of contract buying schemes, other intellectual ways to defraud people out of their homes and out of their land, heirs property rights, all of those things, wealth was taken from black America. I've heard you talk about before Tulsa, right? And how Tulsa actually became known as Black Wall Street after it was burned down. That's a very astute point, right? It wasn't until after it was burned to the ground that it became known as Black Wall Street because the black people there rebuilt. What you don't talk about, and what a lot of people don't talk about, is that after Tulsa was rebuilt, years after that, and they were thriving and they were doing well, that urban renewal came through and plowed a highway through Greenwood and effectively ended that black hub of wealth that the people had persevered and had for themselves. And urban renewal, something that has gone on all over this country, has particularly and disproportionately affected black home ownership, which is a key wealth building tool. It's also displaced a lot of black people. So I do feel like in, I guess, your analysis of what's gone on with black people and with the history of us in this country, you do fixate on what you feel like we're doing wrong, which I think is a very important conversation to have. And I don't think anyone that wants better for black people would be against having that conversation. And there doesn't seem to be the willingness to have an open and honest dialogue about the challenges that we face. And to me, I think that's what the disservice is. I think I'm not gonna look at you and say, hey, we don't need to have a conversation about some of the things that go on in our community, and we don't need to have a conversation about some of the expectations that we should be having amongst each other in our community. But I think the problem is that you do these things in a vacuum without acknowledging like really obvious realities about the black experience. And I'm just wondering why you do that.
Well, I disagree with virtually everything you just now said. That's why I do that. As I said before, 1940, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. This is before the Civil Rights Act of 64, before Brown versus Board of Education. KKK was still alive and well. Next 20 years, poverty fell almost 40 points. The greatest 20-year period of economic expansion in America, in history for black America. Why? Because of a belief in Judeo-Christian values, a belief in patriotism, even as those values were not being applied fairly to black people, a belief in the nuclear intact family, and a belief in entrepreneurship. All those things are right now under assault by organizations like Black Lives Matter. May I finish? I didn't cut you off. All the things that I just now mentioned are under assault by organizations like Black Lives Matter, which on their website criticize the nuclear intact family. By definition, they don't support entrepreneurship because they are self-described trained Marxists. Marxist was not somebody who believed in capitalism.
Myri Elder, again. This is why your message is not resonating, sir. You're acting like you're running in 2020. Sir, your data is outdated. Your talking points are outdated. Black Lives Matter has not been relevant for almost 2 years, sir. The goddamn internet exposed them in 2021. My highest view TikTok is me exposing them. They got outed. Black people, again, did not rock with the organization en masse. They rocked with the messaging. Y'all took the organization and said that that was it. Black people are bad. But you never said that about them white folks and them Asian folks and them Latinos who were screaming BLM. Y'all didn't say shit. You found some scam artists and figured that it was the greatest thing ever. This is what we're going to do. And then we look at y'all, and y'all got the biggest scam artists ever in history. And yes, I'm talking about the conservatives because y'all preyed on a dumb voter base. I shouldn't say that. Yes, I should. but for today, we'll be nice. An illiterate and not well-researched voting base. So you fear-mongered them into giving y'all money and likes and putting y'all in positions of power. And then you go there and find out they're unqualified for what they're doing. Lauren Boebert is number one. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a close number two. And both them bitches hate each other. You're sitting on platforms trying to spew this, and you getting checked, and you're saying people won't let you speak. But what happened when you went to Fox News and they challenged you? You didn't like it, but I didn't hear none of this.
Capitalism, and Marx also wanted to, quote, dethrone God. So the very principles that Black people following things like slavery and the Great Depression are now under assault right now by people on the left, and I would dare say by people like you.
Oh, fine. I accept that. Look, 1940, you mentioned, right? And you mentioned the wealth that was built like after 1940 for Black people. What happened between 1940 and 1970 or whatever? Like, what happened? What huge happening in American history?
The welfare state.
No, well, the welfare state happened as well. But you know what else happened? World War II. And when World War II happened, Larry, it wasn't just what the wealth of Black people that exploded. Of course, you know that after World War II, post World War II, there was an industrial boom in the country itself, to where the wealth of everybody in the country, America itself, after the destruction of Germany, after the destruction of Japan, two manufacturing hubs that would go on to compete with America in manufacturing. America had a 10 to 15 year run of being completely unchallenged in manufacturing. We came home, we got to work. The war machine itself was a particularly robust economic engine for America. And the economy of the country grew, gave rise to places like Detroit, gave rise to places throughout the Rust Belt that had thriving industries for people to work in. Out here in Compton, where they were building tires for cars, rubber plants for cars, tires, stuff like that. What would happen after that was those jobs went away. And when those jobs went away, some of the systemic issues that existed in those cities were exacerbated, particularly in places like Detroit. So I've heard you say before, you talk about 1940 and you talk about as it relates to poverty and crime, but there seems to be huge gaps in the general history, both economic and societal, of America in your analysis. Yeah, Black people were doing better after 1940. They were. America, by and large, was doing better because of a huge economic boom that happened, that really an eighth grader with a base level, a base understanding of American history should be able to kind of make those points and understand that. What I'm asking you is the disparities in education, the disparities in economics, the disparities in all of those things that exist for Black people, like standard of life, quality of life, environmental access, access to food, access to all of these things. Larry, access to banking, when you talk about the decimation of Black banks, when we talk about all of these things, I'm wondering, is America possibly not playing the same game with us that it is with everybody else? Or is your answer to that entire glob of inequity basically that niggas ain't shit?
He glitched.
Really, man?
He glitched. Wait, nah, family. We're not letting him get away with that. He glitched. Look at the glitch. He glitched. Wait a minute. He glitched. That's that conservative glitching.
Bro, what you on?
Oh, man. He glitched. Look at this again, family. He glitched.
Of inequity, basically that niggas ain't shit.
Really, man?
He glitched. Oh my God, no. Oh man. Hey, Sybil, you know he's not gonna address the fact that the white supremacists built Cabrini Green and all these other projects and lied and said, oh, it's for families of war people. But then when it was time to come home and they had their money, they wouldn't sell to the Black folks. So the Black folks had to stay there. And the white people got to go to the suburbs. You know he ain't going to address that. White people got to, especially Chicago, people got to move around the city to nice neighborhoods. And the Black folks were not allowed to go live in certain neighborhoods. So a lot of them stayed in Cabrini Green. He won't address that. He won't address the NYCHA buildings because, according to him, Black folks, we run that system because we are paying into it. Won't address that. But, par for the course for the dumb servitude.
That's your question.
I'm asking you, my friend. I'm asking you. You're talking about these things, and you're leaving such gigantic gaps in the actual, to me, the structural history of America. So how do you explain the land loss, Larry? Black people did exactly what Larry Elder wanted them to do. Black people, they bought land, they own land, they had this land all over the place. Once again, you guys, this is all up and down in any book, any text that you want to read will tell you about this. How do we lose all the land?
Not any text you want to read. I don't know what text you're reading. I disagree with virtually everything you just now said. Let's talk about.
Wait. So you just real quick, you disagree. You disagree with the irrefutable fact that Black people own more land in 1905 and 1910 than they do now. You disagree with that?
Let's talk about mortgage. You seem to suggest that Black people are not getting loans that they are qualified for. They're not getting loans because of racism. 1995, a young civil rights lawyer named Barack Obama filed a class action lawsuit against Citigroup, joining other lawyers, arguing that 186 Black people who applied for mortgages at Citigroup were not getting them because they were Black. Citigroup says, no, you're not getting them because you're not creditworthy. We want to make sure that if we loan people money, we get the money back plus interest, which is how we make profits as running a bank. But because of the lawsuit, Citigroup said, okay, gave the loans to 186 Black people. Fast forward several years later, virtually every single one of them failed to keep his or her home because they were not able to make the payments, which shows you that they were not being discriminated against. Their credit score and record was not sufficient to qualify them for a mortgage. So
it qualified them to get the loan when they did it, sir. The factors were there when they gave them the damn loan. At that point, once you get the loan, the bank don't care about your credit score. They just want to make sure that they can get their money back. When you consistently, I love how he brings up this case, family, but then we go fast forward 12 years later at the start of the housing crisis when they were jacking up loans. I like how you just forgot about that part. And they did that in 2006 to 2008 on a mass scale. But he's not going to bring that up.
It didn't help them. In fact, it made them worse off. It is simply not true that creditworthy Black borrowers are being denied loans just because they're Black. It is simply flat out not true. It is widely believed, but it's not true.
Well, according to the Brookings Institute that you cited earlier on, it actually is true. Because right here, when I'm looking at it in plain black and white, it says that credit worthiness, like there's studies on this, actual studies all over the place. Once again, it takes very.
Yes, Larry, all over the place. Yes, Wells Fargo is in court right now over that, sir. Oh my God. Wells Fargo is literally in court right now over that. So is Bank of America. They've been discriminating against Black homeowners, sir. Depreciating their appraisal values. There's literal cases on it, and you're a damn lawyer and you didn't know, and you don't know this. Oh God. I'm doing my show later. Okay. There's literal cases, Larry, just like you thought there wasn't a class action lawsuit against California for inmates who were being kept in there longer than their sentence. And I literally showed it in 2002. They got $27 million. How are you a lawyer and don't know this? All right.
Posted a study. I have a study right now from the Brookings Institute, and it says, even in instances right here, this is their study. I can send it to you later. There's nothing I'm telling you right now that I can't make available to you. Like even right here, it says, even in instances where there is comparable credit worthiness, you still see in raw studies, Black people not having access to home loans at the same rate of white people. So whatever you're talking about right now with the young lawyer Barack Obama, I like him too. I'm telling you right now that the things that you're saying, they have been studied and they have been looked at, and the data on it, Larry, the actual data, not Van Lathan, not as smart as Larry Elder, the data on it, like refutes what you're saying. And what I'm asking you is, if there's data right here, this is from Brookings Institute right now. It's on my computer. I've heard this spiel before. Like, so I'm looking at it right now. If you would tell me that Brookings said something, hey, Van, you believe them, they're left-leaning. Fine, you use it. I'm looking at it right now. Why won't you believe this? Like, what is it about
Because
the allegiance to your narrative? What is it about the allegiance to your narrative that stops you from wanting to look at facts as they are directly in your face? I don't understand.
I suggest you read work by Walter Williams, read works by Thomas Sowell.
Oh,
What makes you think I
God.
haven't read Soul? What makes you think?
Oh God, why does he always name drop Larry Soul? Whatever the fuck is Thomas Sowell. I'm sorry, they're both the same. So it is. Oh God, Thomas Sowell is a clown, sir. Stop mentioning that man. He's not gonna put money on your cash every time you mention his name.
I think I haven't read him.
Well,
My man Killer Mike. Shout out to Killer Mike. My man Killer Mike got me on Thomas Sowell. What makes you think I haven't read it?
Well, apparently you don't believe what he's saying because he's saying the opposite of what you're just now saying. Which is not true.
I don't think. I've read books, but I don't think it's a Bible.
If you look at community banks, those that are owned by black people in the community, they are more likely to turn down people who apply for loans than the non-community banks. So why would that be the case?
You know why? It's because they're not properly capitalized. They're not properly capitalized. So
they can't
community
afford to
bank.
take a risk.
Okay,
They can't
so
afford to take a risk on somebody who's not.
I'm gonna pull a Larry Elder on you. Hold on. I'm gonna pull a Larry Elder on you. I'm gonna answer that. But let me answer the question. That's a great question. And to anybody that's listening to this, what Larry just said is true. Community banks that you would say are from the community owned by black people, they are a little bit more stingy with loans. It's because they have less access to capital. So people defaulting on those loans from those banks can actually send those banks into receivership or destroy them. And what I'm telling you is,
banks don't lend money to people who are not creditworthy.
So when I'm telling you is,
also your Asian would be borrowed for a mortgage. You're more likely to have your application accepted than a white person.
So when I'm telling you, and I don't want to
likely to have your application accepted than a white person.
So
also your Asian would be borrowed for a mortgage. You're more likely to have your application accepted than a white person.
So when I'm telling you, and I don't want to cut racial out of this, so I'm sorry. What I'm telling you right now is even the fact that black banks, which by the way have been destroyed over the past 40 or 50 years when we were apparently accumulating all of this wealth, you're going down from like a minuscule amount of black banks now. And so what I'm telling you right now is, Larry, even the fact that those banks have less access to capital, even the fact that those banks have less access to capital is another function of the disparities in wealth between black people and white people. I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna let Rachel jump in. Rachel.
Wait, what was it that you're about to say? Because I guess I get a little. Go ahead, Larry.
I'm going to say they haven't been destroyed. It's that people have been able to get loans from other banks. And so therefore, the need for a so-called community bank is less and less as we go forward.
Well, real quick. There's a need for community banks. And let me tell you what that need is. The need for community banks has to do with more than loans, right? When you look at black people in terms of some of the financial hardships that they have, some of the unique challenges that they face, access to banking is important, right? So if you don't have the internet, right? Or you don't have money to get.
Black people don't have the internet.
I'm not saying they don't have the internet, Larry.
The employment rate for a married black man is the same as
Larry.
That's a very
I'm not saying black people don't have the internet. What I'm telling you is that
the unemployment rate for a married black man is the same as the unemployment rate for the average white person.
I don't know if that's doing with but when I'm telling you is just listen real quick. Just listen. I'm saying that I'm not saying black people don't have the internet. What I'm saying is there are huge swaths of places like shout out to, I mean, even people like that. What I'm telling you is that
the unemployment rate for a married black man is the same as the unemployment rate for the average white person.
I don't know if that's doing with but when I'm telling you is just listen.
The unemployment rate for a married black man is the same as an average white man. So why? So if that's the case, then what? What is it? What? Family, somebody gotta tell. What did that even mean? Why did he bring that up? The unemployment rate for a married black man is the same as the average white man. So what are you saying that marriage for black people is not even worth it? For a black man, it's not even worth it. So why are you promoting it? I don't know what he's trying to tell us. I think he gets his talking points crossed up so much. They just start fusion dancing and it just sounds like more of the bullshit. I don't know what he's talking about.
Listen real quick. Just listen. I'm saying that I'm not saying black people don't have the internet. What I'm saying is there are huge swaths of places like shout out to, I mean, even people like Lindsey Graham and Tim Scott in South Carolina realize that there are people in rural areas and semi-rural areas, places like Moncks Corner, places like that didn't have access to internet. Another way that I know this, Larry, is because
there's more white poverty than there is.
Okay, cool. Another way that I
wonderful. And white supremacy needs poor white people to function. Y'all seem to forget that white supremacy is like a symbiote. It needs a host. Yes, the host is the entire globe, but particularly they need poor white people just as much as they need rich white people. those are the two easiest demographics out of white people to indoctrinate. But again, Larry Elder would not tell you that.
I know this is when the schools closed because of COVID, right? I worked with HBCUs, and one of the largest issues that you had during that time is whether or not kids could get their schoolwork done because they didn't have access to internet other than what they were.
Deidre, what does what mean? Thaddeus. Why is he so weird? Because he is. You didn't know this? You don't trust anybody without facial hair. And we still didn't trust him when he had the flat top and the mustache. We still didn't trust him. Where is the salt and pepper Larry Elder? Where is he? I think he's pissed that we're not bitching about two blacks equal one, because he's still that two blacks equal one average white man, because he wants to belittle us. Oh, Roberto, you're here. Yes, and the school is down the street, and I heard you are teacher of the month. So unless you're going to come in here and actually contribute, I shut the fuck up. Right. It's a black school. Very good. It shows us that you can read articles. Well, I should tell a lie, because now a lot of these articles have AI voices that read it for them. So it's not that hard to just listen. Roberto, who runs Baltimore? Dumbass. Why is Detroit such a failure? Who runs Detroit? You dumbass. No, it's not run by blacks. See, this is why you should not talk. This is why you get flamed every time you show up in my comment thread, Torian's comment thread, or Black Light's comment thread, because you're consistently in a chat room showing how ignorant you are. This does not bode well for Latinos, sir. Baltimore is not run by black people, sir. Black people do not run any of these cities in the country. They are run by white folks. White people put black faces in high places to hide the fact that they're destroying a city and its population, because they can't outwardly do it. Fine, that's great. You learned a big word. I'm glad you remember how reparations is spelled. Now, Roberto Suarez, you have exercised your entertainment value, which is in the negative from the last time you've exercised it. So what you should do is go back to that imaginary white woman you had, aka your puppy, your perro, and have fun.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
And you've just been banned. So come back with the Miguel one so I can ban that one too. Thank you so much. And by the way, I make frijoles negros better than all of you. Back to the video.
Getting at school. There were kids going to Taco Bells or in Burger Kings or sitting next to McDonald's and Starbucks using their Wi-Fi trying to get their work done. And the reality was that they underestimated how much the internet existed for some of these kids. And what I'm saying is, the importance of community banks doesn't just have to do with loans. Loans is an important aspect of it. But the importance of community banks also, Larry, has to do with proximity. Having a bank in your community at a place that you can readily get to with people who understand you. And what I'm saying is, when you're not capitalized, when you don't have those places nearby, when those places are filled with check cashing joints that are pernicious, that offer all kinds of crazy interest rates, when those places are filled with payday loan joints, what you do is you take black people and you put them in a situation, when you take black people and you put them in a situation when you talk about people who are unbanked, to where they're now behind the 8 ball financially because they don't have access to the same services. All of these things are realities. I'm not saying, Larry, that what you're saying has no merit. I'm saying that you are, for some reason, choosing to only dip your toe into the issues that face Black America and then turn around with a narrative that pleases white American power. And I'm wondering why you're doing it.
I'm getting a headache, man. Can I say something? Thank you. one more time. Black people are not victims anymore. It is now
We
2023.
never were.
Get an education,
Mhm.
finish high school, don't have a kid before you're 20 years old, get married first, get a job, keep a job, don't quit until you get another job, avoid the criminal justice system. You will not be poor. That is a formula for success in America. That's a formula you ought to be telling people instead of telling people that you are a victim, which is what you are talking about. You and
They've never said, you see how he does? Now, Van Lathan just became the avatar for black folks. I hope y'all understand what he just did. Deidre, don't even mind him. I'm sure he's going to come in with his Miguel Suarez account very soon. Don't even answer him. Sir, black people have never looked at themselves as victims. That was white people. White people tried to say that we were victims because they saw black people addressing grievances and thought they were begging. Funny thing, Larry, here's another thing your ass won't address. The same people who's told us, y'all got to stop acting like victims. They said this, remember, family, they said this back when Trump was in office. Now here we are in 2023, and this big, bad white man, all of a sudden now they're acting like victims. Matt Walsh talking about Karen should be on the same level as the N-word. That should be labeled a slur. I thought Karen didn't bother y'all. I addressed it earlier. Ethan Limely, or whatever his last name is. Now y'all want to cape for him because he met karma? Ashley Babbitt, now you want to play victim? Oh, it was all cool when y'all come up every year with your George Floyd jokes. Hey, family, I got an idea. How about next year we have Ethan, whatever his last name is, Day? Why don't we just make jokes? We should all get BB guns and should just fire them in the air for Ethan Day. Let's do that. When Daniel Petty gets convicted and he has to sit down, we should all dance like Michael Jackson and say, Happy Jordan Neely Day. Hell, we do it for Christopher Dorner already. Might as well keep it going. Ashley Babbitt Day. We should play that blooper from Rush Hour when Jackie Chan was talking about Caught Your Bullet. Everybody should put that up on their page. Here's the problem, white supremacists, because I know you get pissed that I said that. We don't care enough about your L's to do something like that. We've got our own issues. And in those issues, we still find time to smile, laugh, and have meaningful conversations out here. We could, as a collective, easily troll the McMichaels right now. We don't do that. We could laugh that Amber Geiger tried to get out of jail and they said no. We could do that every day. We don't do that. We move on. Y'all are still bringing up George Floyd, and that was 3 years ago. That meme rings true with the white man thinking about the black phallus. We don't think about y'all. Y'all are butthurt that we don't think about you on the daily. I could go on X right now. I could go in my Discord. By the way, the link is in the description box. I could go in there. We could have a conversation about food and not bring up one white person. But I bet if I go in y'all's Discords, the N-words flying around and some of the most egregious names for us are flying around in there because you guys are so one-dimensional. And every time one of these coons come outside and talk like y'all hang on to them. And now you're breaking your tools. Have fun with that. Back to the video. I ran it enough.
Our friend here, Rachel, I've been basically saying, woe is black people, we're oppressed, and it's nonsense. We're not oppressed. Work hard, get an education, make sure that you don't get involved in the criminal justice system, you will not be poor. That is a message we ought to be saying to black people. That's not what I'm hearing from you. What I'm hearing from you is, oh my God, black people can't get a loan. False. Oh my God, black people are oppressed. False. Oh
He
my God,
never
black
said
people
that.
were discriminated against, and we remain discriminated against.
See,
False. Oh my
see,
God.
here we go. That's going to be that old nigga on the corner. That's going to be that old conservative on the corner. When they break him next year, boy, he going to be on the corner. We'll coon for soup and a spoon.
Therefore, it must be systemic racism. False. I don't accept that at all.
I think, Larry, what becomes frustrating is that there seems to, and I think this is what Van is saying, that you don't accept challenges or like the reality of what's happening in 2023. You say the systemic racism existed at a time, but you act as if, I'll let you talk. You act as if it doesn't exist today. And when you talk about
the reality that exists today, tell me what it is.
Okay, when you talk about, we were talking about home ownership and loans and how there's this disparity when it comes to white people and minorities. You talk about a case in 1995. If you just look at today, there's currently a huge settlement, the largest ever, with City National Bank for discriminating against black people when it comes to redlining and cutting them out of homes and giving them loans. You look at Wells Fargo, they're about to settle a huge suit right now with black people because they were denying them lower interest rates and weren't allowing them to refinance their mortgages while they were allowing or loans, and they were allowing white people to do that. That's 2023. Both of those examples are 2023. It's still happening. Those disparities exist because it happened back in the day, but it's still happening in 2023. If it wasn't, why are they settling?
Oh, you settle for all sorts of reasons. You settle because you don't want the bad PR. You settle because it's less expensive than litigating the matter.
Or because it's true and you don't want the discovery to come out and everyone to find out.
Why is it when banks make their profit by lending money to creditworthy people? Why would I not want to lend money to a creditworthy person? A, and B, if it's true.
Because you make more money lending to someone that's not creditworthy. How does he not? Wait a minute, sir. Thomas Sowell is your best friend. You said this. How did you not talk to this man and this man did not teach you that you send loans out to people that are not credit worthy because you make more money off of it? Is he serious right now? Why would I give a loan to a credit worthy person at 3% when I could give it to an uncredit worthy person at 6%? You're basically arguing against the structure of the student loan system, sir. Most people that take out that loans are not of credit worthiness. They're getting them at 18 years old when they haven't even, if you look at people's credit ratings, when they do these loans at 18 to go to school, yes, everything looks good on paper. They have no credit history. And when they have to consistently default or defer these loans, the banks and the credit agencies get to fuck with your credit report. So you're going to be perpetually behind the 8 ball all your life, even if you make 6, 7, 8, 9 figures. And they know that. Even when you go up in income, you're still going to get a loan at 6% unless you game the system. Larry, you hang around with Thomas Sowell every day. You probably call him every morning to see if he's okay. Sir, I could go to the bank right now and get a $10,000 loan, and I have great credit. 5 years ago, I could go to the bank and get a $10,000 loan, and they'd give it to me on a shitty interest rate. They'll make money regardless, but they make more money off bullshit people and their bullshit credit. Again, that's what happened with the housing crisis, sir. People that were not credit worthy were getting houses, 0 money down, low interest rates, until the banks were making their money and then realized, oh shit, we're starting to lose it. We're not making the record profits we did a couple of years ago. We're going to have to raise these rates. They got greedy and fucked the system. Now, BlackRock is doing the same thing, sir. They're buying up homes and doubling the value under scrupulous means And people are overpaying for houses that they shouldn't have, and they're making profit off of it. How do you not get this? Talk to Thomas Sowell. Stop talking about how to lie to black people to make you look like a civil rights icon, and start asking them about real economics, even though I wouldn't ask him because he don't know shit.
Why then are community banks doing so poorly, as Van just now said? Given the fact that there are all these creditworthy black people who could get loans, who aren't getting loans because the man doesn't want to give them a loan, why then aren't black community banks thriving? Seems to me there's a huge market for it. Why aren't they thriving?
The capital hasn't been made available to black people who need better. Let me ask you a question. Larry, you talk about education. Larry,
You didn't answer my question.
Larry, you got.
Sir, what black community bank has hundreds of millions of dollars ready to lend out? Please tell us the one so I can go find it. I would love to join a bank, a black bank. I would love to. Name me the one that has hundreds of millions of dollars ready to lend out to black folks, please.
Let me ask you a question. You talk about education.
And by the way, the reason for the recession that we had in 2006, 2007, 2008,
you're blaming that on black people.
Is because of this lie that banks were not lending to creditworthy people. People like Bill Clinton put teeth in the Community Reinvestment Act.
That's not why it happened. He's going to lie again. That's not how I just explained why it happened. But okay, go ahead, explain it.
We're not lending in ways that they thought they ought to lend. And as a result, the whole lending criteria for banks essentially went away. You could fog up a mirror, you got a loan. Between 2010 and 2013, black net worth fell almost a third. Why? Because a lot of black people had loans, got homes that they couldn't afford because of all the pressure put on banks to lend to people that were, quote, non-traditional borrowers, and it ended up hurting the very people that.
So you basically, okay, so you're saying Bill Clinton did it. Okay, so Bill Clinton is part of white supremacy, sir. Bill Clinton is literally part of white supremacy.
That people on the left wanted to help, so it didn't help anybody.
Okay. So this is a good example of a fundamental difference that we would have. And I'm taking everything that you're saying in good faith.
You're entitled to a different opinion. You're entitled to a different fact.
Right. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to the facts. So we're gonna blame the Democrats for the fucking up of the system in 2006, 7, and 8, when the Republican president and the Republican House, and I think they had the Senate too, they could have fixed it. They could have went after the banks, and they didn't. They had to be reactionary. Matter of fact, the motherfucker watched him do it and didn't say shit.
Fell 30%.
No, I'm not giving you different facts.
Homes that they shouldn't have gotten had their criteria not changed because black people.
All of America was responsible for the financial crisis. But listen, if you ask me,
so therefore that's it.
But look, Larry, let me finish. This is important. Larry, this is important.
This is something called the Commission on the Financial Crisis. I urge you to read the report and read the one that was filed by Republicans.
Larry,
and they talk about
Larry,
how
this is important.
All because of these social reasons, it hurt the very people that black people.
Larry, this is important. This is important because this
is important too.
It is. I receive it, Larry. But what I would say is this.
I'm sure you did.
I do. I've heard. By the way, just to be honest with you, like I understand the point of view that people want to say. I understand the point of view that people say that risky borrowers and non-traditional customers were responsible for the financial crisis. I understand that. I've heard that point of view. I look at that a different way. I look at that as predatory practices, CDOs, rating systems, and playing with actual money that began in the 70s, right? And then persisted on throughout until the 90s. Being able to mortgage-backed securities and how you take a
Torian Rain. You gonna start. You gonna start, man. Why Torian always gotta start? Torian over here saying Larry Elder like this here.
I told y'all bitches I had dick at the bottom and titty at the top, bitch, from day one when the door fucking open.
Pause! Well, why you do that, man, like that, son? Why are they so catty? Because they ain't got Torian, you know why they catty, brother. They ain't got nothing else to talk about except us. I told you, brother, they don't want to go sit up there and have them conversations with them white folk. Because them white folk paying them. That's why. You've heard me out here for months saying, hey, Greg Forehead, Larry Elder, Tatum Tots. I at least give ABL credit. At least he'll have that conversation with the white folk, even though he tried to play both sides. All them Amala Ekmanobi, Coon Dance, All of them, they will never go live and have an honest conversation with white folk. They will never do it. Never. Because they know exactly what's going to happen. And we would document it in real time. The second they blame white people for some shit that you can blame white people for, what is going to end up happening? That N-word finna fly in their comment section. They're going to dislike the hell out of the video. And all through the comment thread, they be like, I knew he was one of them skins. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We got to dress it up a little bit. Tatum Tots and whoever is went woke. Who's Ethan? Ethan Limely, whatever the hell his name is. Lemming, whatever the hell, Limerick, whatever the hell his name is. The scumbag in Ohio that tried to mess with them black kids by shooting the frozen pellets at him. And the three of them jumped in his chest and he expired. And they let one of them off. The other two got to do 2 years. And white folk are losing it on X because them boys did not get charged with murder. Because they forgot that Ohio is a stay in your ground state. By the way, they had a white lawyer.
mortgage-backed security, and then put that out there to make that in a way. You don't want to hear this. Hold on, hold on. You don't want to hear this. The reason why you don't want to hear this is because I feel like sometimes. Hold on. I feel like sometimes I don't want to hear it because it's not true. I feel like sometimes on the right, you guys want it both ways. You say that it's both the and the left that the strength of America is in the average ordinary American and their earning, but also when America fails, it's not because people who want to buy houses were told that they could buy houses by people who knew that they couldn't buy them, number one, and then number two, played with money in a way to create a new form of security so that they can then go trade it on the market, right? And make untold sums of money. That BlackRock. On top of the regulatory capture that existed when those same people at Goldman Sachs and all of those other places who had been put in charge of the Treasury, who had so much influence over the Fed, then turn around and bailed out all of their friends and left the American people that you say and the Republicans say are the like.
I want y'all to peep something, family. Larry kept shaking his head when Van was talking about that, yet he was killing Obama for giving the automakers a bailout. You can't. That's why Van Lathan said y'all want to have it both ways. You want to be able to kill the Democrats for giving the bailout, but you want to blame the regular person, not the banks, when the Republicans do it. And the Republican-led government does it. Which we know a lot of these corporations, they're actually Republican. They actually lean Republican. They only pull that liberal grift so they can operate. But okay.
Lifeblood of this country left them holding the bag, right? And then left them holding the bag, and then you want to come around and say it wasn't the system of credit ratings and the bogus credit ratings. Man, people lost their entire pensions in that. People lost all of their money in that. It's not Kenneth Lay and Elon from before. It's not all of those other people. It is the American who wanted to buy a home and was told that they could buy a home by greedy banks and funds and all of those. It's their fault. And then not only is it not their fault, it's the Black Americans' fault. We can agree to disagree there, because I want to ask you one more thing. We can agree to disagree. Was
that a question?
No, it was a response. We can agree to disagree, Larry. I want to agree to disagree. We have to be able to do that as two people who are Black people. Okay, so I'm asking something.
No. He's a dick. Van Lathan is he's a dick. He's an a-hole, respectfully. He's a dick. He said we both love Black people. I'm gonna keep that. Van Lathan might be going there. You might see this. You might see that clip later during the debate.
I'm asking your listeners to read the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission. Read both the majority report and the minority report. Okay. And that explains the minority report exactly what happened. And what Van just now said is pure, unadulterated.
It's absolutely true, guys. But that's okay. Well, the difference of things.
Okay.
So
Van said it's true, must be true.
You brought up, because Larry said it's true. That's a way not to be poor. I'm wondering why high school educated whites make more than college educated blacks?
Hell of a question, Larry. Hell of a question. Bet you ain't gonna. Y'all got, boy. Hey, family. All y'all strap in. Y'all got to hear this answer that he said. Man, I'm gonna let y'all hear the question again.
Education. That's a way not to be poor. I'm wondering why high school educated whites make more than college educated blacks.
I want y'all to hear Larry Elder's response to this. It's gonna be. This is why I said the conservatives, they're gonna doom us all. Their voting block is going to doom us all because they feed that white voting block that's going to doom us all. Listen to what Larry is about to give his response to that question. Why are white high school educated people more? Why are they making more money than college educated black people?
You have to be specific. If you ask me,
so I'm asking you.
If you compare apples to apples, people with the same educational scores, people have been in the same corporation for the same period of time, whether you're talking about blacks or whites or men versus women, there's no difference in their income.
Okay.
Dumbass, he asked you a specific question. High school educated whites, college educated blacks, they're not equal. But one side is making more money, the whites, than the college educated black people. Why is that? And he's already trying to push same shit. You see this?
I'm telling you right now. Hold on for a second. This is the issue. You guys, all of this stuff, I just want everyone listening to the sound of my voice to know. This is not Van Lathan that's telling you this. This is literally the Department of Labor that keeps track on these statistics.
Department of Labor,
like households that are led by high school educated whites who do not have bachelor degrees have more wealth and income than households that are run by college educated blacks that have a bachelor's degree. I'm asking Larry Elder why that is.
I'm responding. Larry Elder's responding. If Van will allow Larry Elder to respond. The Labor Department says the opposite of what you just now said. If you compare apples to apples, people with the same kind of educational background have not left the office, have not taken time out in order, for example, to have children the way women do. You compare apples to apples, there's no difference in the income of point A and point B. Sorry, it's just not true. When you compare different categories, of course there are differences. Men make more money than women do as a whole. But if you compare a man with the same kind of background as a female, same industry, same educational background, and the woman has not taken time out to have children, for example, there's no difference in their income according to the Department of Labor.
You got the statistics from the Department of Labor
it's right there. Shout out to Sandy
Oh,
Gary.
good God. Larry Elder. Okay, sir, explain this then. And this was back in 2017, sir. Since you're a student of history, since you want to keep going back to the 40s when you want to talk about black folks positively, then you want to go to the 60s and 70s when you want to shit on us. Explain that, sir. Explain this. I need this explained. Post-college. This is workforce. This is workforce. High school graduate. 78.3. College degree. 23.4. 84,000. This is basically when I look at other stats, this is like you're almost ready to retire. This is the highest earning. They're saying black people, their most earning potential is $84,000 with their education after college. This is damn near ready to retire. He asked you why there's a high school graduate who has potential to make 78.3, make more than a college degree black person at 23.4. And this was 2017, so we know the numbers changed in 6 years. Yes, Vincent, yes. So that's what he needs the answer to. Why is that? I just put in high school whites make more I fucked this up because I was typing hella fast. High school whites make more than college educated. You know what the fuck I meant. College educated black people. Why white students from? All right, that's not it. College going gap between black and white Americans getting worse. That's this year. Ooh, what the hell is this? Views on how black people are covered in the news. Ooh, we're gonna look at that later. White high school dropouts are as likely to land jobs as black college educated black college students. What the hell? Larry, why is this? Why is this? That's what he's asking you. White high school dropouts are wealthier than black and Hispanic college graduates. It's right there, sir. He's asking you what the problem is. He's literally asking. Look, I'm sorry, fam. I should have. Look, they're there. He asked you a simple question. And you're going to same. Well, Torian, you're right. We've seen that with old Vivek like cake. He got destroyed by Teslin, got destroyed by Christy Kelly. Well, pushed back by Christy Kelly. And went on another podcast and got checked. He just got checked on NBC News. And now his poll numbers have dropped. Larry Elder would be the first candidate in history to poll negatively. Because you know they do that. You know they would do it. Yeah, I forgot. And his compatriot from South Asia checked him. The British dude who pulled out his tax returns. And said, how can you steal a scholarship from a student when you had the money? But of course, Larry Elder's not going to answer the question.
Ask one more question. And then we really thank you for being so generous with your time, Larry. Seriously, it's LarryElder.com. You guys can go.
He said, shout out to Sandy Verity. He's a economics professor. Shout out to Walter Williams and Thomas O, who say the opposite.
Okay, cool. You say that CRT, DI cults are increasing and not decreasing racial tension in America. What do you feel like would decrease racial tension in America?
If people recognize that they're not victims, they're not entitled to things like reparations because of things that happened to other people didn't happen to them. If people like Barack Obama, when he got elected, have followed through on what I think people thought he was.
Great, Larry. I'm glad you said that. Japanese got their money. The mayor of Seattle did not go through that yet. He was a direct beneficiary from it. And he got a great lifestyle out of it, so much so he created businesses in the Seattle area and became their mayor. So, yeah, that defeats your argument right there. Because he wasn't born when that happened. That's right. His mother and his maternal grandparents were in there in the 40s. He wasn't born until around the early 70s, late 60s. Hey, Torian, that was the third time he did it. Every time they say you weren't a victim, guess what? The mayor of Seattle wasn't a victim, and he's a direct beneficiary of reparations, and he's a businessman, and he's a mayor. So imagine what reparation could do for at least 80% of black Americans who have blood in this soil and whose family has blood in this soil.
Going to follow through on, which was to be a healer as opposed to somebody who picked up the race card and played the race card time and time again during the 8 years he was president. For example, when Barack Obama ran.
Oh, the race card. He said, don't play the race card. White people play race card every day, sir. Go ahead and go have that conversation. Load up your YouTube. You know, Larry Elder with Epic Times. Load that up one time and have a conversation. Tell white people, stop using the white race card. Please, I want to be there when you launch it and start having that conversation, because I want to see how we're going to do it over under. I say within the first 50 comments, somebody that's white is going to call you the N-word. Sybil, yes, you should know Larry Elder does not answer questions that he does not have the answer to. Whenever a question is asked that have two conflicting factors, he never answers the question. He tries to bring each conflicting factor, he tries to make a similar comparison so he can make a bullshit argument. Which is why when he asked him about the income gap, he started saying same. That's not the question he asked you. And the answer for you, Larry, is they don't want white people to feel inferior. So they're getting paid for the same qualifications that everybody else has, but they're bumping them up in pay so they don't make white people feel inadequate.
He was in the primary. He was being interviewed on 60 Minutes. And Steve Croft, the correspondent, asked him, Senator, if you don't win, will it be because of race? And Senator Obama said, no, if I don't win, it will be because I've not articulated a vision that the American people embrace. Before he became president, he gave a speech at a historical black church. And he said that the Moses generation, referring to the generation of MLK, has, quote, gotten us 90% of the way there, close quote. He said, my generation, the Joshua generation, has to get us an additional 10%, which I thought was accurate. He fast forward, becomes president, and he says racism is in America's DNA. He says that if I have a son... It's a fact. Racism in America.
She said facts, and he put his head down. Sir, there's no racism in the country? Please tell me you're not about to tell us that there's no racism in the country. I know you're not about to tell us that. I know you're not going to tell us that. Please, don't tell us that. Because, please. Do you think he's about to say that, family? Do you think he's about to say there's no racism in the country? I'm just trying to figure something out. Because Larry Elder, your boy Tim Scott trended last year, Uncle Tim. Everybody, right and left, liberal Democrat, conservative Republican, even there were a lot of people on each side that said, you know what, that was kind of racist. Same thing with Clarence Thomas. When they let the N-word trend. There's no racism, sir. Pingindrin, that didn't happen, right? Pingindrin didn't happen. The white supremacists who just killed them black people down in Jacksonville, that didn't happen. Who was the jackass that said, oh, it's just evil people doing something? Who? I forgot the name of that jackass. Who said that? Somebody tell me in the chat who said that.
America is older than America. That's a fact.
He said if I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. He said the Cambridge police acted stupidly. He embraced Black Lives
You
Matter.
said
His
that
attorney general,
because he
Eric
was
Holder,
appealing
called
to
voter ID an example of
the
pernicious
left, you
racism.
dummy.
He had Al Sharpton, one of the biggest race hustlers in America, in the White House over 70 times. So that when he left office, both blacks and whites thought race relations got worse. When he entered office, blacks and whites thought race relations would get better. He played the race card time and time and time again and made things worse. And as a result, a lot of black people are behaving like victims rather than victors, which is what we really.
And Biden is in office right now, and his people are playing the race card and making things worse.
They are.
Okay. Last thing I'll say, just real quick. There's another interview that I remember before an election, and it was from, you love Donald Trump, I'm assuming. And so you big fan of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, during an interview, was asked about David Duke. We talk about presidents and interviews that they did before they were president. Now, Larry, I know that you and I both know because we're smart.
He was asked about David Duke meaning what?
He was asked about the fact that David Duke supported him. Okay, that David Duke said that he supported Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, hold on, real quick. When we talk about race,
rejected his support. Remember that?
Okay, no.
By the way, the imperial
see what you're doing? You're so anxious to defend Donald Trump. You won't even let me finish. Donald Trump was asked about David Duke, and what Donald Trump says, I don't know him. I don't know who that is.
That's right. So therefore, what?
Motherfucker, we know that Donald Trump knows who David Duke is. We absolutely no, Larry. We know for certain that Donald Trump knows who David Duke is. We know for certain because Donald Trump has insulted. Wait, stop. Hold on. Wait a second. See, Larry. We know for certain that he knows who he is because he has this. Hold on, wait. Let me finish. Larry.
Why is he going this hard defending David Duke and Donald Trump? Why is he going this hard? He didn't even hear the whole question. He didn't even let him finish the question. And he got hot and bothered. Donald Trump knew exactly who David Duke was. You gonna tell me Donald Trump, the narcissist, Donald Trump, because the news played the speech where David Duke said that Donald Trump is the best option for this country. You gonna tell me Donald Trump didn't hear that? Nobody on his team, they all missed that.
Larry, it's a whole Calvin Candy situation. Let me finish. We know for certain because he had this David Duke in the past. He had insulted him. We know.
He said David Duke, I don't want his endorsement. This is exactly what he said. I don't want his endorsement.
Wait, Larry, let me finish, Larry, please. Larry,
you're hanging your Donald Trump with a racist hat on.
Larry,
cheat in the Oval Office, right?
Larry.
What's the thing to say, man? That's all you got?
Larry, I'm asking. Larry, you talked about.
You're not asking me anything. You're making a diatribe against Donald Trump.
I'm not making a diatribe.
I'm a bad guy because I support Donald Trump.
Larry, I couldn't care less. What I'm telling you right now is that you said you talked about what you felt like Barack Obama could have done to stem the racial tide and calm some of the racial animus that exists in America. All right, you feel like that's a fair point. I'm not going to argue that with you. I don't think that he had any. I don't think that it was necessary for him to do any of that. But some people probably did, and that's fine. He was the president of an entire nation. That's fine. That's fine. That's a realistic expectation for you or somebody else. Okay, so just listen. Just let me finish. What I would hold on. What I would expect somebody who was running for president to say when they're asked about the most notorious Grand Wizard in the history of the Ku Klux Klan to say is, I 1000% reject support from that guy. I think that his entire life that he is devoted to dehumanizing and devaluing black people is a whole sham, and I'm not doing for that. And your guy obfuscated at that question rather than answer it, and you don't want to hold him to the same standard that you would hold Barack Obama to, because I'm trying to tell you, Larry, there's something here.
Hillary Clinton is the first one to bring up
Larry, there's something here. I don't know what it is, bro, but there's something here. When we talk about people not judging us by the same standard, you're not judging us by the same standard.
Here's some things, bro. Hillary Clinton brought up that Obama was not from America and that he was from Africa.
Why are you acting like I'm a fan of Hillary Clinton?
That make her racist?
Why are you acting like I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton?
Hey, Larry, why'd you bring her up?
Larry, let me throw you a bone real quick.
Why did you bring Trump up and didn't bring her up?
Larry, let me throw you a bone.
What about Chuck Schumer, 1974?
Larry, let me throw you a bone.
Should he bring up Biden then with Robert Byrd and Eastland and Strom Thurmond? Are we going to do that? Larry Elder, you're on the same ideological spectrum as David Duke. Should we say that you're a sympathizer of the KKK? That would be disingenuous. you've literally seen people like Biden. He's associated with the KKK, but y'all don't want to call that out. What team does he play for? He plays for the conservatives. He plays for white people. He's been doing this for years. He is the godfather of cooning. Jesse Lee Peterson is the one above all. Jesse Lee is the one above all. He is the coon above all. That's why we don't even mention him. We already know. Yes, story. He plays with white people, and when he don't get what he wants, he allegedly smacks them and shows them guns, or he bitches that they don't want to give him opportunities. Let me stop.
On real quick. Let me throw you on real quick. Because you think I'm a Democrat. That's the issue here. You think I'm a Democrat. I think white supremacy.
I don't know what you are.
So listen, just real quick. Real quick. I could be.
No idea.
I call him incoherent. I think he's been very straightforward this whole time. Sir, you've been talking so fast. I have it on 1.5. You've been talking so fast. Nobody can really understand what you're saying. The bullshit that we did here come from your mouth was easily debunkable, and I did it twice live.
What caused the housing meltdown?
Like,
you have no idea.
Well, I think you know.
You have no idea about what to be telling black people instead of telling them that they're victims. I think
He told black people to be victims. He never said that. See what they're doing? He's talking to him like he's a liberal.
We don't believe that black people are victims.
Larry,
that's a fact. These cases are actually out
look at
there.
this chain. Bro, you know how much this costs? You think I'm a victim? Come on, man. I know you got them, man. Larry, I'm not. What I'm telling you right now is this is the only thing I'm saying to you. I'll let it go. Larry,
to do what I did. Work hard.
I worked hard too. You're talking to me.
I did not say that. I said tell people to do what I done. Van, you worked hard.
Okay, so you've worked hard. That's great. What's the point of you working hard if they're just gonna come take your shit? You won't address that. The black farmers in Colorado worked hard to build that land, and the fucking state tried to take their shit away from them. They just got a settlement saying that's their land. Leave them the F alone. They just got it. It's been over a year of them fighting. Come on, sir. Sir, let's go to you. You worked hard to raise all that money a couple of days before the debate. You went hard for those polls. You had 4 of them. You only needed 3. You did everything required by the RNC to get on the debate stage, and you still didn't get on it. Did you and your team not work hard?
You persevere. Tell people to persevere.
I will tell them to persevere. And I will tell them and listen.
The man's out to get you that money.
No.
All nonsense.
Let me finish. I'll tell them to persevere in the face of the obstacles that are realistic to them. And I think you would say that. And I would say I think you agree with that.
What is the obstacle a black kid faces in America today?
Larry Elder.
Oh, really?
Larry, let me ask you this.
Wait, stop. Hold on real quick. I'm sorry, Rachel. I apologize. Larry Elder. The obstacle that a black kid faces.
Because I don't believe black people are victims.
No. It's not about being a victim.
Wow.
Because the only way for you to make sure that cancer kills you is if you pretend that it doesn't exist. The only way to make sure that whatever's up against it is to pretend like it's the only way that racism wins, the only way that racism wins, the only way that inequality wins, the only way that homophobia wins, the only way that systemic racism wins, the only way those things win, Larry, the only way that they win is to pretend that they don't exist. And you represent a side of this argument that wants to pretend that they don't exist. So what I would say is any person, anybody who wants to look at the country in the way that it is now and historically that has a plan, I'll listen to him. But somebody that tells me that it's not raining when the rain's falling so clearly, that I cannot get into.
I never said racism doesn't exist.
Yes, you did. Don't lie. Yes, you did. See, again, family, him and Tommy, they love playing the whole versus the part. He said there was no systemic racism in this country. Yes or no, family? The people that know about Larry Elder, has he not said that in the past? There is no systemic racism in the country. So how now at the 1 hour, 14 minute and 56 second mark we'll go back a couple seconds. So we'll say 53 mark. You just said that there's racism in the country. We have lost a lot, Torian. We will get it back in between this and when I end this and we do the debate. I'm going to play it again, fam. Remember, Larry Elder says there's no such thing as systemic racism. He told that to the Breakfast Club. He said that to them on here. He literally said this. And he's also said it to his conservative buddies. There's no such thing as systemic racism.
And historically, that has a plan, I'll listen to him. But it's somebody that tells me that it's not raining when the rain's falling so clearly, that I cannot get into.
I never said racism doesn't exist.
But you said there was no systemic racism. So, which is it? If there's racism, that means there's systemic racism. If there's racism, that means there's bigotry. If there's racism, that means there's prejudice. They're all intertwined. You cannot sit here and claim for fucking 50 years that there's no such thing as systemic racism, but then acknowledge that there's racism. What? You're invalidating everything that's happened in history, sir. You're doing exactly what the far left wants to do and the far right. You want to fuck up history. There is systemic racism. There is. You were a victim of it, sir. You were literally a victim of it with the RNC, but you don't want to piss them off because somehow, some way, you're going to make sure your ass gets to Milwaukee in January to hear Trump get the nomination. And you're going to have to be a puppet for that, for him going around the country lauding his message when he does these rallies, and he's going to have to carry one of you assholes with him, especially when he does his campaigns in California. You're going to want to be on that stage and get that nice fat fee to talk him up for about 20 minutes because we know he likes to be late. So you cannot sit up here in front of two black people and a black audience and tell us that you understand that racism exists, but there's no such thing as systemic racism. That's like saying I exist, but my father had he wasn't a factor. He wasn't the start of this. That's what you're saying, sir. You said so by coining this way, by cooning this way, does he increase black support of Republicans? Seems to me he's just doing to get on the head by white supremacy. They don't move the needle. Black folks are not running to the Republican Party. And again, family, y'all gotta watch when they talk like that. And that's coming more from the left side, but the right is starting to do it too. They're trying to say, oh, there's so many problems and thing. We're going to attract black voters. We don't want to go over there. We could vote for Trump or whoever if they're talking about closing the border and getting this reparations. We're going to vote for them. We're looking at it transactionally. They don't want to admit that because they know what's going to happen. Whenever we pioneer something like being transactional, because I'll just explain this real quick and then I'll go back to the video. We're being transactional with this vote. They don't want to admit that. We showed that in 2022. Again, they didn't want to admit it. What did they say? Voting went down. Okay, their biggest plant, Stacey Abrams, did not get in. We were transactional with that. She did not want to talk about reparations. She did not want to do anything for black folks. She tried to lie. She consistently lied. We said we're going to be transactional with this. You're not standing with us. Cool. We're going to vote for Brian Kemp. And we'll deal with him for another 4 years. He'll be out of office. Maybe I'll come back again in 2026 with a correct candidate. So we'll see. We got 3 years, 2.5. 2024, we're going to pioneer the transactional vote. But this is how we're going to pioneer it. Our transactional vote is going to decide the president of the United States. And they cannot broadcast that because if that happens every 4 years, that's going to be the new norm. Every 2 years, that's going to be the new normal. Because again, you can look on social media, every other group, they're not talking about this. They're talking about the bullshit problems that we're having now. They are not thinking about the future. Again, most of us are looking at this transactionally. If you're not pushing our agenda, we don't give a fuck. We don't care about Ukraine. We don't. We could give a fuck if the government shuts down. Cut the check. November 5th, y'all could shut it down to November 4th, 2024. We don't care. If you ain't talking reparations, an anti-hate bill, and you're not talking about closing that border, you're not getting in. You're not. And these politicians are going to wait till the very last second to start talking like us. And it's going to be too late because we're going to look at your history and we're like, you're not about that life. You're just saying it so you could think you're going to try to curry votes away from the Democrats and or Republicans. We don't care no more. Hell, we're at the point right now we can stay the fuck home and just fuck up the whole system. Democrats would be in trouble. And the Republicans will probably win by default anyway. But both teams will lose because everybody's going to report black folks didn't go vote. And they're going to say why? Because black folks been telling y'all for years what they want and you didn't want to listen to them. Okay, so we showed you. And a couple of grassroots candidates that we do put in there, they're going to be the ones with the most power, not your president. But that's okay. Back to Larry, because it's about to get funny, family. Here comes the comedy.
So you believe? I have no idea to whom you are directing that diatribe. I never said racism doesn't exist. I said that racism is no longer a factor in holding people back. That's what I said.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna switch it because this is
you finish high school, go have a kid before you're 20 years old, get married first, get a job, avoid the criminal justice system. You will not be poor, irrespective of your race. That's what I said.
This is the last thing for me. You are running your campaign. Is it Save America? What I want to say it right. What's your campaign slogan?
Oh, by the way, Larry, since you want to say that if you finish high school, you won't be poor. How's that working out for all those fast food workers who they're poor? They did everything you said. They've done everything. They've been there since high school. They graduated high school. Some of them even went on, got their GEDs. They're still poor. They're still begging for $15 an hour, sir. That's just a living wage. That's just to get to working poor. What do you say about that? I bet you if he came here and I asked him that question, he couldn't answer it. I bet you he couldn't. All the minimum wage job people, they did everything you said, and they're asking for a living wage, not a wage where they could get into the middle class. They're asking for a living wage. $15 an hour, which doesn't mean much because a 40-hour work week is $600. Depending on the state you get it from, you could be walking away between high threes and low fours. That's about $1,700 max, maybe $1,800 if you push it. You can't live on that. That's why they're taking extra jobs, but you won't answer that. I know you won't.
Country to save is my slogan.
We have a country to save. And you're talking about fatherlessness and that there's this epidemic in the Black community of fatherlessness. And excuse me if I've missed it, but to date, what have you done to combat fatherlessness in the Black community?
Oh, you're going to love this.
Okay, so you're accepting that we have an issue with fatherlessness in the Black community. You're accepting that, I assume.
Actually don't. But
I'm not. You said that.
I didn't think so. So you're not accepting it, and you're asking me, what am I doing about something that you don't accept?
Yes. They don't accept it, but they're willing to listen to you because maybe you have a different perspective and maybe it'll help them think. Maybe you push them over to your side if you at least tell them what you did. So please tell us what you did.
Oh, my question is clear as day. You say that it exists. You say that you say that this exists. I'm acknowledging that. I'm acknowledging your statement.
You just said you weren't acknowledging it. So now you're
no. I said I don't agree with it. I'm acknowledging what you have said. You have said that there's this epidemic. So the question just is, what have you done?
I just want to understand what the question is, Rachel. So
the question is, I'll say it.
But you want to know what Marion would do about something that you don't think exists.
I'm not going to. I'm asking you a very clear question, not even long-winded. The question is, what have you done? Okay, what have you done?
What have I done to address a problem that you don't think exists?
Yes.
Do you not want to answer? You don't have to answer, because I think that's the answer. Is that have you not done anything to combat fatherlessness?
You just now acknowledged, in your opinion, that what I just now said isn't even a problem.
It's
and
a
now
clear.
asking me,
What have you done? Have you done anything?
What's the problem that you don't think is a problem?
There's your man. There's your man. Hey, all you conservatives and dumb servitude, there's your man. There's one of your paragons. There's one of the 4 horsemen of the coon apocalypse. She asked him a simple question. What have you done to combat fatherlessness? What program have you created in South Central LA to address fatherlessness? What initiatives have you gone around the country and tried to spearhead? Have you talked to any politicians about getting legislation on the books, even if it's in the state or even in the local level? Did you talk to Trump the few times you were in the same room with him? Did you talk to him about that? That's a simple question. It's a yes or a no. Yes, I did this, and this. No, I didn't do it. I just like talking about it. Let us know how you move. No, it becomes, oh, you're acknowledging there's a problem. That's not what she said. She said, I don't agree with it, but for the purpose of me asking my question, I will acknowledge that you believe it's a problem, and I'll lend myself to hear your side of it. Just answer the question.
We gotta go.
Larry,
Hold on.
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah,
I'll take that as a no. That's an simple question.
Larry, tell him where to go. LarryElder.com. No, we gotta go, Larry. You don't like we can't do that now. You gotta at least. That's the one in the house. You gotta at least. I'm not.
Now you want me to do? No,
Larry,
it's your campaign, Larry. Larry, this is your campaign. Your campaign is about fatherlessness. I'm giving you the floor to talk about how you have combat fatherlessness, because you say it is such an issue in this country, and you don't want to answer the question.
I'm happy to answer the question, provided that you acknowledge that there is a problem.
Larry, get the fuck out of here.
What? What? So she has to lie to herself just for you to answer the question? Oh, family, I need y'all to hear this. I'll risk the copyright, but I need y'all to hear this. I'm gonna go a little lower. Y'all got to hear what Van Lathan just said. Y'all heard what he said? Y'all didn't hear what he said. We finna play it again.
I'm giving you the floor to talk about how you have combat fatherlessness, because you say it is such an issue in this country, and you don't want to answer the question.
I'm happy to answer the question, provided that you acknowledge that there is a problem.
Larry, get the fuck out of here.
He told him to get the F out of here. Van Lathan is an a-hole, respectfully. He said, Larry, get the F out of here. Get the F out of here.
I'm giving you the floor to talk about how you have combat fatherlessness, because you say it is such an issue in this country, and you don't want to answer the question.
I'm happy to answer the question, provided that you acknowledge that there is a problem.
Larry, get the fuck out of here. That's Larry Elder, guys. LarryElder.com. He's got a lot of other things. He actually says a couple of things on here I will say that I do agree with.
So Rachel, you're in this interview not agreeing that there is an epidemic of fatherlessness, but you're upset with me not addressing
They literally just told you they don't agree with it, but okay, you have a different perspective than they do. What have you done, sir? Explain your perspective, how you got there, and what have you done to combat that? It's not that hard.
She does not think exists, correct?
Okay.
You can put it back on me, Larry. That's fine. Everybody can see you did not answer the question.
No, you did not acknowledge that there is even a problem, and you want me to ask how I would address the problem.
You've been answering the questions that have been given to you.
Let me say why I say what I say, because I think you're taking my answer and attributing it to Rachel. But this is what I said. According to the CDC, 58% of black fathers live with one or more of their children, and even a larger majority, 72.7% of black fathers talk with their children about things that happened that day several times a week or more. Real quick, just so people know this. Black fathers, hold on, wait. Real quick.
Whoa. Yo, this is your man.
Children, and even a larger majority, 72.7% of black fathers talk with their children about things that happened that day several times a week or more. Real quick, just so people know this.
He said it's a lie, family. He said it's a lie. I got to put it back to one. I want y'all to hear him say that's a lie. CDC data is a lie now.
0.7% of black fathers talk with their children about things that happened that day several times a week or more. Real quick, just so people know this.
He said it was a lie. The CDC data is a lie. I get it. The coffee venereal disease, it soured them on the CDC. I get it. But you're going to lie about data. because it doesn't fit your narrative. You're going to say they just made that up. They just pulled that number one. Tori, you're going to make me go get it. You're going to make me go get it. I'm going to save that the next time I talk about Larry Elder. Because what I got cooking in my head, I'm going to get in trouble for. And I don't want that karma on me. So I got to think about that. But my wrestling fans might know where I'm going with this. All I'll say is AEW and Christian Cage. That's all I'm going to say.
Black fathers, hold on, wait. Real quick. Black fathers, 70% were more likely to have bathed, dressed, diapered, or helped their children use the toilet every day compared with white and Hispanic fathers. I'm not saying that we don't need to address fatherlessness. What I am saying is whether or not rather than have a holistic conversation about the changing dynamic of the American family in totality and how it looks, sometimes black men get demonized by right-wing talking points, acting like they don't love their children. I'm never ever going to like have a disagreement with someone who wants to talk about the importance of fathers. Larry, let me finish, Larry. I've heard you talk about your father. I've heard the way that you revere your father, and I connect with you on that. I lost my father 2 years ago. He was my hero. He was a small business owner, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, owned TNT Construction, a subcontracting company. He went out and we're in a city in Louisiana, in the South, that's dominated by white contractors, made a living for his family every single day, taught me business, taught me the value of hard work, taught me the value of responsibility, of protecting your family, taught me the how to stand in my truth when I'm talking to someone. I revere my father. I wish everybody had one just like him. Once again, I am looking at this problem in the way that I feel it actually exists. We can actually, hold on. I don't want you to respond to me. I don't want you to respond to me. I want you to respond to the question. Larry, I want you to respond to the question that my co-host asked you.
I am going to respond.
Thank you. Don't talk to me. Talk to Rachel. It's Rachel's question.
I'm talking to both of them. A young black man, aged 10 to 43, is 13 times likely to be murdered than a young white man, same demo. The number one cause of preventable death for a young white man, 19 years and under, is accidents, like car accidents or drownings.
That's not
or drug
the answer.
The number one cause for death, preventable death for a young black man, 19 years and younger, is homicide. Almost always at the hands of another 19-year-old black man and under. Blacks account for 60% of the homicides, the shootings, and the robberies in America. Now, I'm sure that
that's a lie. That's a lie. Black violent crime has dropped 4% to 48.7 since 2020. Stop telling that lie. And even when it was at its highest, the stat y'all like to tout, 52%, that is not 60. Cut it out. Don't do that, sir. Because whites do the most shooting violence in this country. Do not do that. We have the stats. We showed it. 2019. We showed it. This is Chicago again, family. This is, except he didn't say the word. This is Chicago. He know he can't pull that on these two. That's why he's disguising it under stats. That's a lie, sir. And you didn't answer the question again. She asked you, what have you done to combat fatherlessness? What is your contribution to that fight? You're talking about bullshit stats.
Either of you is prepared to say that black people are genetically inclined to commit more crime. And if you're not going to say that, I hope you're not, then if it isn't fatherlessness, if it isn't the absence of a father, married to the mother in the home, please tell me what it is that causes these stats.
Would you like me to answer that question?
That was not answering the question.
So I answer that question. So I'll answer that question. What influences any group of people, not black people, not white people, not our Hispanic brothers and sisters, be they Afro-Latino or
easy. Let's be easy about the Hispanic brothers and sisters. Let's be easy about that. Let's be easy. But it's called lack of resources, Larry Elder. Lack of resources. Lack of resources. When you take resources out of the system, people are fighting over resources. They're going to do things they don't normally do, sir.
White identifying Hispanics. What influences crime, destitution, and violence in any community is lack of access to life-affirming structures. Is family a part of that? Okay. Can I finish? You asked me to answer it. Larry, we gotta go. We gotta go. You're gonna answer before we go. Before we go, you don't want to hear that. Before we go, are you gonna answer Rachel's question? Are you gonna answer Rachel's question? What have you done about fatherlessness? What have you done here?
You acknowledge that we have a problem with.
What is a lie, sir or man? What is a lie? What's not a lie? If you're really about to tell me black people are doing 60% of the shooting crimes, I think you need to go look at them stats again. What's not a lie? A couple weeks ago, I showed the stats, sir or ma'am. It's not even close. Black people do not do 52% of the violent crime in this country. In 2019, there was only 2 metrics we led in: murder and I forget the other one. Armed robbery, white people did that. They led that. And my crowd is in here, and I watched it when I showed it. I didn't just pull those numbers out of my ass. I actually showed the chart. So again, tell me what's not a lie. You want to know why they ask what has an individual done? Because they always like to group us. So we turn it back on them. What have you done? That's why. Because when it's all the other groups, y'all love to, y'all don't group y'all accomplishments together. No, you don't. Y'all love to bring out the individual on stage, big ass spotlight, ready to give them an award and suck their dick. When Trump was saying what he said, it wasn't white people saying it. It was Trump. When Biden does what he does, he says, y'all say Biden. Y'all don't say the Biden administration. Don't come up here with that bullshit. Because every time y'all come up with this bullshit about black people doing things that we don't do, this is how I look at y'all. That's how I look at y'all. Just like y'all want to run around and say that we're doing all the smash and grabs at these corporations, then they get arrested and we come to find out, bam, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. See, we got another Chicago person in the house, family. Uh-huh. Yeah, and I got 1,000 Peyton Gendrons running around. I got 1,000 jackasses like the one in Jacksonville running around. I got 1,000 Dylan Roofs running around in all these cities and towns. You want to keep going? I got assholes like Dylan Roof ready to go to the military to learn how to shoot guns and come back and go on police force with their white Hispanic brothers and sisters shooting us. I got Peyton Gendrons shooting black people. They get convicted as juveniles, do their time when they're 21, get their record sealed, and then they become my politicians. That's what I got. Dumbass, I think you need to go look at the FBI stats. Before you say another thing in here, go look at the FBI stats. And you go have the problem with them. You don't even have to go to FBI. Whatever town you're in, they publish their stats. You go look it up. Black people hate accountability. Well, guess what? We take accountability, sir, ma'am, it, whatever the fuck you identify as. We take accountability every day, even when we don't want to. So again, unless you're about to go tell me that you looked up the stats and showed that white people shoot each other more than black people shoot white people, you better not say nothing else in this comment thread, because I have my cursor over a particular video. And if I click that video, you're out of here. So let's see how you want to play that. How you want to play that? Because the simple fact you're bringing up movie character from 1994 shows me exactly where your head is at. Up your culo. So how you want to play it? The white fragility is real.
Fatherlessness in the black community.
Larry, please answer. What have you done to combat fatherlessness?
I'm waiting for Rachel to answer my question. Not
I've
respond.
already answered that question.
So you want me to respond to a problem that you don't think exists?
It's okay.
Okay,
You don't have to
LarryElder.com.
respond.
Because you think it exists. You were convinced that it exists. So what is your solution for it? What is your solution? I go to my job. I don't think it's running efficiently. Here's my solution. I'm going to show them how to run it efficiently. Easy. Problem, solution. A, B. Easy. You could even have bullshitted the answer, sir. You're a professional bullshit artist. You could have easily bullshitted your way through that answer.
LarryElder.com. You have been very generous with your time, Larry. We appreciate you. One thing I will say about Larry Elder, and this interview has been very robust and feelings have been up there. That's how it's supposed to be in America. You should have conversations with people you disagree with. Larry Elder is always here for the argument. He's always.
Oh, God. Very good. Solution is family. Very good. Thank you, Dom Toretto, for that. And it's also acknowledging that there's a system in place that is denying people the right to live because they make more money off oppression. Because I'm watching white people every day act like victims when they told us years ago, don't act like victims. And one of their paragons is telling people, stop being victims. And he literally cried 2 days before a debate how he's a victim. You can't even spell around. You can't even spell sound. Sound starts with an S. You're dumb. So great. Again, so you didn't have enough respect for me to go look up the stats and tell me I'm sorry. You wrote this. The hood, because that's where black people live. Great. I'm going to send you to the hood right now.
Smoke wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
You can be down there with the homeboys. I'm sure they would love to hear what you said about them. Enjoy that. Just watch your left. This fool brought up old dog. Old dog. He brought up a character that's 30 years old. Old dog. Boy, these white supremacists, boy. These white supremacists and these boule black folks. Oh my God. Bruh, you could at least given me Tariq from Power. Well, he kind of successful. So that wouldn't have worked. Hey, Shan, since you're still here, because you're probably typing and realize you can't type anymore. Old dog lived through that movie, or you need to go watch it again. Old dog actually lived. You were better off saying Doughboy. But that would have made it 32 years old. Yeah.
He's here for the fight. He believes what he believes, and he'll go anywhere and talk about it. There are a lot of people on the right that wouldn't make the time to come in and sit down and have the conversation with us, but Larry Elder did. We do not agree with very much. We might actually think that our various ways of looking at things hurt the other side, but I do appreciate you making the time to talk to us. LarryElder.com. Thank you for joining us on Higher Learning.
And don't forget my book, As Goes California, My mission to rescue the Golden State and save the nation is about what happens when you have a one-party state like California, where Democrats have dominated the state for decades. People are leaving, crime is up, homelessness through the roof, our school test scores are near the bottom, our budget is a disaster. The average price of a home in California costs 175% above the national average, largely because the Democrats are in bed with the environmentalists and they don't want any kind of new construction. So if you want to make sure that what happened in California does not happen to your state, read my book, As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation.
Thank you, Larry. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
All right, Rich.
And that was that interview. Damn, I've been on here for 4 hours. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, family. I did not mean to be on that long. But I mean, both interviews were like an hour long. So altogether, it was like 2 hours and 40 minutes. So yeah. Oh boy. So 2 trolls and 2.5, almost 3 hours of content. Oh God. I'll have enough energy for the debate tonight. I will. ADOS, I understand this. They just don't want to. They don't want to acknowledge that. These were the same people that said co-parenting was bad, and now they're celebrating co-parenting with their ex. Like white people aren't having kids out of wedlock. That's not happening. Yes, I did. Shamika and hello. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm trying to figure out how I can report that. I might have to just do a short on that, because if I do a long form video, they're going to flag it. Oh, God. But there you go, family. 2 people that should not be promoting black conservatism. They're just bad. Larry Elder never cites actual numbers. He just tells you outdated stuff. And Sotomayor just likes arguing. So there's that. I'm going to go make curry chicken before this debate. So I appreciate all y'all coming in. I really do. I know it was 4 hours. You didn't expect to stay here that long, but I appreciate y'all sticking with me. Hopefully this will help you when it comes to the 2024 election and how to move out here in the world. If it does, great. If it didn't, hey, hopefully you learned something, because that's what we do here at Beyond Borders Media. We aim to teach. But before we go, we have to send Larry off the correct way and Tommy, because they're both supporters of MAGA. We have to send them off the right way.
No medicine, there'd be no mayonnaise. No medicine, there'd be no mayonnaise. No medicine, there'd be no mayonnaise. No medicine,